morning, and thank you all so much for joining us on our last day of the fifth annual Culture Symposium. I am your host this morning, April Martinez, and it's great to see you. I just think that it's a fantastic way to end the week. It's Halloween, it's Finados, it's Uhana Pishanob. It's a wonderful way to end off culture with starting another cultural sphere here in Belize. The symposium is brought to you by Heritage Education Network Belize, a nonprofit organization dedicated to culture and heritage through education, capacity building, and advocacy. Of course, we are here to continue to honor and celebrate culture, and we continue to do this through the wonderful support from everyone that contributes to culture, whether you do a presentation, whether you volunteer and help us behind the scenes. We are so grateful, and having culture to start from 2021 and just grow into what it has become in the past 5 years has been an extraordinary accomplishment for us here at HENB. While the symposium is free and open to anyone interested, we of course do take donations, and you can find our links on our website. That's heritagebelize.org. A quick reminder to ask all of you to ask as many questions as you can. We have had 2 phenomenal days of wonderful presentations, and of course our panelists have joined us after each session to answer any questions that you may have. So of course that's no different here today. So please be sure to ask your questions. We will be asking them live, and our panelists will answer as best as they can. If you are watching reruns of this, you can still comment your questions and we will relay them to the authors to get a response as soon as possible. And of course, thank you again for your interest and support. We, of course, do have these live streams, and anybody that wants to watch a particular or a specific presentation, you can catch them on our YouTube page. That's Heritage Education Network Belize, where we have posted all of the presentations since 2021. So if there's a particular research project that you're interested in, you can go back and you can watch them there. We will now start our morning session. This morning, we begin with a number of presentations about modern day Belizeans and the issues that we face today. And this session is titled Modern Identity and Issues. Our first presentation is by longtime presenter here at Kulcha, Dr. Kristcha DeGuerre. Dr. Kristcha DeGuerre is the Master of Social Work Coordinator, mental health counselor, assistant professor, and researcher at Galen University. Her work focuses on trauma, cultural resilience, and restorative justice in Belize, with an emphasis on marginalized communities. She conducts trauma-informed, art-based research that amplifies the lived experiences of gang-involved girls and other undeserved populations. Dr. DeGuerre is committed to community engagement, scholarship, and culturally responsive mental health practices. Through her work, she seeks to inform research policy and clinical approaches that honor Belizean voices and support healing, empowerment, and equity for communities often excluded from mainstream narratives. Her presentation is entitled Coloring Outside the Lines: Trauma-Informed Art-Based Research Methodologies with Marginalized Communities. Let's hear from Dr. Kristcha DeGuerre.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. I'm glad to be here, and I'm glad you're here too. My name is Dr. Kristcha DeGuerre, and today I'm here to present on the topic of trauma-informed arts-based research methodologies with marginalized communities. Please note that the artwork featured in the following slides has been created by participants in the research studies titled Talking Sweet and Moving Quiet: Trauma and Resiliency in Gang-Involved Girls in Belize, and Gang Involvement, Trauma, Self-Harm, and Resiliency in Previously Incarcerated Women in Belize, a narrative case study. So why does this topic matter? Well, marginalized communities often experience structural violence, stigma and exclusion, high exposure to trauma, and barriers to traditional research participation. There could be distrust due to past exploitation, rigid data collection tools, academic gatekeeping that overlook cultural ways of knowing. Why creative trauma-informed approaches matter? They center the voices of those historically pushed to the margins. Marginalized communities have often been researched about rather than with. These methods prioritize participants as knowledge holders, not just subjects, allowing their stories to shape the research narrative. They create emotionally safe spaces for expression without re-traumatization. Creative methods like drawing or storytelling or collage allow participants to express complex or painful experiences at their own pace, without pressure to verbalize the trauma directly. This supports emotional regulation that fosters a sense of psychological safety. They redistribute power from researcher to participant by letting participants choose their medium of expression and how much they wish to share and how they'd like to share it. Arts-based research challenges traditional hierarchies. It invites co-creation where participants have control over the meaning, framing, and representation of their lived realities. They invite multiple ways of knowing: visual, embodied, and narrative. Arts-based approaches honor diverse epistemologies, including sensory, intuitive, and cultural knowledge that lives in the body and the mind. They lay the foundation for healing-centered engagement and more responsive social policy. These methodologies not only gather data, but also foster healing, reflection, and empowerment. When research centers trauma processing and cultural context, the findings become more useful for designing services, developing policies, and systems that are relevant to those most affected. So you may be asking, what are arts-based research methodologies? Arts-based research, or ABR methods, are innovative qualitative research approaches that integrate artistic processes such as visual art, poetry, theater, dance, music, photography, and storytelling into the design, data collection, analysis, and presentation of the research. These methods provide alternative ways of knowing, seeing, and understanding, particularly when working with marginalized or historically silenced populations. Arts-based methods challenge traditional and academic boundaries by centering creativity, emotional truth, sensory knowledge as forms of inquiry. Trauma, creative arts, and the brain. Understanding trauma through a bit of neurobiology. Trauma can dysregulate the nervous system, activating the amygdala, which is our fear center of the brain. This also reduces access to the prefrontal cortex, our logic and language. Many trauma survivors experience difficulty in verbalizing their experiences due to the brain's protective responses, such as disassociation or repression. Traditional talk-based research methods may re-trigger trauma or feel inaccessible to the participants. How creative arts-based methodologies help. Participating in sensory-rich creative processes stimulates the parasympathetic nervous system. This helps downregulate hyperarousal and supports the establishment of internal safety, emotional regulation, and embodied mindfulness, all of which are critical for trauma processing. Creative modalities engage the subcortical areas of the brain, particularly the amygdala and hippocampus, where trauma is often stored nonverbally. This allows individuals to express and process emotions and memories that may be inaccessible through traditional methodologies. This reduces the risks of re-traumatization through verbal recall alone. They also reintegrate fragmented experiences. Trauma often disrupts memory consolidation, leading to disassociation, flashbacks, or a lack of coherent narrative in their life story. Art-based methods offer a safe structure for reconstructing and organizing their fragmented experiences. Through imagery, metaphor, and story, individuals begin to make sense of their experiences and reframe them within a larger, more empowering life story. They also empower agency and control. Creative methods are inherently participant-centered, offering individuals the ability to decide what and how and when to share. This autonomy is crucial in research involving trauma, as trauma often robs individuals of feeling of control in their life. In a trauma-informed setting, arts-based methodologies and practices honor pacing, consent, and individual's voice, promoting a sense of ownership and safety throughout the research process. The context of this for a case study is the study I introduced at the beginning, Talking Sweet and Moving Quiet, Trauma and Resiliency in Gang-Involved Girls in Belize. Just a very small introduction to this research. The research took place in Belize City with 11 gang-involved girls between the ages of 13 and 18. Almost all participants resided on the south side of Belize City, an area with the highest concentration of gang activity in the country, and they were all either currently or formerly active within the gangs. All participants endured significant levels of chronic neglect, abuse, and exposure to violence, resulting in complex trauma that places them among the most vulnerable, underserved populations. The research study employed creative arts-based trauma-informed interviewing methodology with 3 in-depth life narrative interviews and 1 creative arts project. So each participant got a bag or a box of art supplies, and they were able to create a arts-based project that told a story or an experience of their life. And they all created something very different from each other. They were able to tell their stories non-verbally. What emerged through this study were 3 important factors. So which one was belongingness? Belongingness was critical. The gang provided a surrogate family and a sense of acceptance that was missing from their home or school life. Protection. The gang was a strategic choice for safety from neighborhood violence, sexual violence, and systemic neglect. Power. Gang identity allowed girls to reclaim control, assert boundaries, and resist abuses, especially abuses that they experienced early in their life, such as sexual abuse. The gang provided a pathway for them to have power. Opportunities through research. This research helped restore identity and agency. Through art making, the participants explored parts of themselves that were often hidden or suppressed. They constructed new identities that were not tied to the gang lifestyle. They found new ways to express who they were and who they hoped to become, breaking free from the labels imposed by their circumstances. And it allowed them to reclaim their agency by reimagining themselves outside societal expectations and discovering the beauty of their own voices. Trauma processing. The creative process became the pathway for trauma processing, allowing the participants to externalize and make sense of their powerful experiences in a safe and expressive medium. Through symbolism, storytelling, and visual representation, they were able to confront and reframe their trauma in empowering ways. Here on the screen, you will see some quotes from the participants themselves in their own words describing what this process was like for them. You can see through their quotes that they appreciated and they felt a sense of healing, trauma processing through the creation and the discussion around their projects, their creative art projects. I will give the viewers a moment to read their quotes, or you can pause and read them for yourself. Trauma-informed principles. There are trauma-informed principles that guide the research, guide any trauma-informed practice, whether it's research, mental health counseling, trauma-informed schools. First, we need safety. For this research, the research took place in a trauma-informed counseling space designed to be both physically and emotionally safe, helping participants feel secure enough to share and create. Trustworthiness. The researcher used transparent research methods, clarifying goals and allowing participants to guide the pace and depth of what they spoke about. The participants were in control. Choice. Through arts-based activities, participants had agency in how they represented their experiences, choosing images, colors, and words to narrate their stories. Collaboration. The meaning of what their art or creative project meant was co-created between the researcher and participants through open dialogue and reflection of the interpretive process. So each participant was guided through telling me as the researcher about their arts-based project. What did you decide to draw or paint? Why did you decide to draw or paint? Tell me the story of your creative art project, whether it be art, painting, drawing, or collage as well. And empowerment. The project centered the participants' voices and strengths, reframing them not as victims, but as resilient survivors, resourceful individuals navigating complex trauma. Benefits of art-based approaches include accessible across literacy levels. So if you're working with populations that may have lower literacy levels, art can be very accessible to those populations. It validates diverse ways of knowing. These participants were the experts of their own experiences and lives. I, as the researcher, were learning from them. Shifts the research process from hierarchical to horizontal, where power is shared and participants are respected as experts of their own experiences. It promotes trauma processing and reflection. And again, here on the screen, you can see some of those arts-based projects and creative projects that were made from the participants of this research. On the top right, you can see one of the participants decided to write a song and perform a song based on their experiences. So they weren't all necessarily visual. Some incorporated both visual and written, as you can see on the right bottom as well. And some were just solely arts-based, like the one on the top left corner. Ethical considerations for participant autonomy. So if you are interested and want to employ these types of research methodologies, you have to allow participant autonomy. That is key to trauma-informed practices. We have to allow opt-out at every stage. Ensure participants can freely withdraw from the process at any time without consequences. Co-develop visual outputs and how they're shared. Collaboratively decide how participants' creative work is presented and shared. Each participant in this research enthusiastically wanted their artwork to be used in research conferences and write-ups. And they would say any way to get their experiences out in hope to provide more programs for gang-involved girls, awareness for gang-involved girls, and maybe even help stop future girls from joining gangs. Use check-ins and debriefs to support emotional well-being. Regularly check in with participants to assess their emotional comfort and provide support when needed. Translating findings into action. Use visuals to inform policy and community education. These visuals humanize data, build empathy, and make complex issues more accessible. Infographics combining artwork and findings are effective tools for workshops, policy briefs, and public education. Share artwork for advocacy with consent. Participant-created artwork can be a powerful advocacy tool. With consent and context, creative works can be used to raise awareness and foster dialogue. And reframe participants as co-creators. Position participants as collaborators and knowledge producers as possible and with their consent. Key takeaways. Arts-based trauma-informed research prioritizes safety, voice, and dignity. Creative approaches disrupt traditional power dynamics by centering the lived experiences of marginalized populations, inviting meaningful, co-created dialogue. Ethical rigor must guide every step of the research process, and research can be a vehicle for healing, advocacy, and transformation. Thank you so much. Let's stay connected. I appreciate you being here, and I look forward to talking with you soon. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, Dr. DeGuerre, for that insightful presentation. And I look forward to hearing all of the questions and so forth during the panel discussion this morning. Our next presentation is by Dr. Nicole Ramsey. And Dr. Nicole Ramsey is a scholar of Black Central American and Caribbean diasporas with a focus on Belizean culture, identity, and transnationalism. Her work explores how Black Belizeans navigate race, nation, and belonging across borders, particularly in sites like Los Angeles. Drawing on a performance studies, Black feminism, and diaspora theory, she examines cultural preservation, placemaking, and digital life in the diaspora. Her current book project, Under the Shade I Flourish, centers Belize as a critical site for understanding Afro-diasporic life in Central America and beyond. Today, she presents Belizean diaspora, transnationalism, and the politics of Central American Caribbean identity in Los Angeles. Please let's welcome Dr. Nicole Ramsey.
Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be joining from in the world. I'm really happy to be here and to share some early work that is part of a larger project I've been developing, which forms the basis of my first book manuscript. I would like to thank the Heritage Education Network Belize for organizing this symposium and for including my work in the program. So my book project, tentatively titled Under the Shade I Flourish, Blackness, Performance, and the Cultural Politics of the Belizean Nation, examines Belize as a critical site for understanding how Blackness and gender intersect within the broader African diasporas of Central America and the Caribbean. It focuses on how Belizeans of African descent, particularly Creoles and the Afro-Indigenous Garinagu or Garifuna, negotiate identity, belonging, and citizenship in a nation that bridges Caribbean and Central American worlds. Drawing on performance, post-colonial and Black feminist theory, and Stuart Hall's work on identity, hybridization, and representation, my project builds on Central American, Caribbean, and African diaspora scholarship to show how Belizeans of African descent navigate identity, belonging, and nationhood within the context of a recent colonial past in the region. And I do this through national commemorations, migration, tourism, the digital space, and just kind of everyday articulations of identity. So the section I'll share today comes from chapter 3 of my book manuscript, tentatively titled Roots and Routes, Belizean Los Angeles and Transnational Belonging. And this chapter turns to Los Angeles as a key site of Belizean migration and identity formation. And while, the city, Los Angeles, is often described as kind of the heart of Central American migration and scholarship and political discourse, my research highlights how Belizeans, many of whom arrived as early as the 1960s en masse, complicate this timeline and expand what we think of as Central American Caribbean Los Angeles. For Belizeans, Los Angeles carries particular significance. It's a city defined by its Black and brown geographies, where histories of segregation, resistance, and solidarity shape community life. Many Belizeans who were at the time Black and English-speaking entered neighborhoods across South Central Los Angeles, including areas like Compton and Inglewood, spaces that were already marked by African-American histories and growing Latinx Mexican migration settlement. This landscape profoundly shaped Belizean identity and community building, and these shared experiences of racialization connected Belizeans with African Americans, while linguistic and regional ties align them with Central American and Caribbean migrants. These intersecting affiliations complicated neat boundaries of race and ethnicity. By situating Belizeans within this Black and Brown Los Angeles, or Black and Brown binary of Los Angeles, my work examines how they navigated visibility and belonging in a city already marked by both tension and coalition. Methodologically, this chapter draws on oral histories and grassroots archival practices, thinking of community radio, broadcasts, and organizational records that also fall outside of institutional archives. These materials recover neglected histories and reflect the creative ways diasporic communities record and remember themselves. As a first-generation Belizean American from California, now living and working in Texas, many of my questions stem from my own lived experience, family histories, and my broader commitments as a cultural studies scholar of the African diaspora. To situate this chapter, it's important to note that my book examines how Belize's cultural and political identity emerges through overlapping histories of colonialism, migration, and diaspora. As the only English-speaking nation in Central America and former British colony, Belize occupies this in-between space, Caribbean in culture and geographically, if you think about the circum-Caribbean, but also geographically tied to Central America. Since independence in 1981, this duality has shaped how Belizeans imagine belonging both within and beyond the nation. The book reframes Belize's post-colonial identity by centering Black and Indigenous voices, grounding analysis in feminist and community-based methodologies, and rethinking diaspora and transnationalism through the lived experiences of Belizeans across borders and Belizeans abroad. This chapter extends those interventions too by also turning to Los Angeles as a key diasporic site, using oral histories and grassroots archives to examine how Belizeans negotiate identity and belonging across racial and regional boundaries. To ground some of these ideas, I want to turn to a moment that captures how these histories of connection and identity come to life in diaspora. So one of the most powerful examples of this took place during George Price's final visit to Los Angeles in 1991, an event that reveals both the symbolic and lived dimensions of Belizean belonging abroad. During that 4-day trip, Belize's first prime minister engaged deeply with the Belizean diaspora across the city. The visit began with a reception at City Hall, where Los Angeles Mayor Tom Bradley presented him with the key to the city. And over the following days, Price met with community leaders, attended church services, and visited Belizean-owned businesses and institutions, including an interview on Belize Caribbean Pulse, a radio program at KPFK dedicated to the Caribbean community in California. His trip concluded at Belize Key Fest, an annual celebration of music, the arts, within diaspora that promoted cultural exchange through a distinctly Pan-African lens. There, he connected with thousands of Belizeans, leaving a lasting impression on a growing community that had by then firmly established itself as part of Los Angeles's racial, ethnic, and social fabric. A highlight of the visit was his stop at Manual Arts High School in South Los Angeles. Known for its large population of recently arrived Belizeans and Belizean Americans, my own mother attended that school after migrating to the United States as a teen. The event, organized by the Belize Rural Economic Development of Agriculture through Alliance, underscored Price's commitment to engaging Belizeans abroad and including youth and public dialogue. His visit reflected a deep recognition of the community's long-standing presence in Los Angeles, which had grown significantly since Belize's independence a decade earlier. Much like his lecture at Manual Arts, Price captivated the audience at Key Fest with his vision for Belize's future. He outlined major national projects, including the construction of the Hummingbird Highway, now one of Belize's most vital roadways, along with plans for housing, energy independence, and workforce development. Recognizing Los Angeles as the largest Belizean community outside Belize, Price emphasized the diaspora's crucial role in national progress and encouraged those abroad to contribute to the country's development. Many in the audience, even after years in the United States, still envisioned returning home, a sentiment he reinforced through his calls for land reclamation and national investment. His visit was more than a diplomatic mission. It was a heartfelt call for unity and an acknowledgement of the diaspora's enduring significance, stating, "Belize needs all of us. Together, united, we can do it," end quote. His message was not only political, but profoundly symbolic, reminding the diaspora that distance from Belize was not disconnection, but another form of participation in the nation's continuing story. For many Belizeans I interviewed, this moment symbolized a time when the diaspora felt deeply connected to the nation. Yet, as later decades unfolded, questions of citizenship, representation, and belonging continued to surface. Rather than view these tensions as opposition, I understand them as part of an ongoing negotiation and evolving dialogue about what it means to belong to a nation that has always extended beyond its borders. Belizean migration to the U.S. began in the early 20th century, but expanded significantly after World War II. Hurricanes, especially that of 1931 and Hurricane Hattie in 1961, devastated Belize, displacing families, deepening economic instability. Combined with limited employment and territorial tensions with Guatemala, these factors drove many to seek new lives abroad. Although Los Angeles is often described as the heart of Central American migration in the 1980s and early 1990s, my research highlights an earlier wave of Black Central American migration, particularly Belizeans, even Hondurans, and Panamanians, arriving as early as the 1960s through family sponsorship, education, and U.S. military routes and service. This earlier movement complicates dominant narratives of Central American migration and positions Belizeans among the first to build long-term transnational networks in Los Angeles. These networks, formed through churches, civic groups, and cultural associations, created what I call diasporic infrastructures of care, systems of support that linked everyday life in Los Angeles to family and institutions in Belize. The most comprehensive academic work on this period remains Dr. Jerome Strawn's 2001 study, the seminal text on Belizeans in Los Angeles. And his research maps how community, media, churches, civic organizations, sustained identity and social mobility, a foundation that has been invaluable for understanding how much has changed since, and invaluable for my own work. So thank you. I extend this work through ethnographic observation, oral histories, and non-traditional archives. So thinking of community flyers, radio recordings, even family photographs, and other texts that often, are excluded from formal collections. By the 1980s and 1990s, LA had become the largest Belizean enclave outside Belize, home to a thriving network of social and cultural institutions and nearly a dozen Belizean restaurants that served as community hubs. This ecosystem reflected a dynamic transnational life that connected Belizeans across neighborhoods and generations, laying the groundwork for the organizing and cultural projects I will discuss next. So 2 examples show how Belizeans in Los Angeles have sustained transnational belonging across generations. The Belize Caribbean Pulse, a community radio program that grew out of the Belize Rural Economic Development of Agriculture through Alliance, known as BREDA, in the 1980s, and the leadership of one of my interlocutors, Verona Burks, whose work within the Belizean Consortium and within the community has shaped diasporic life for decades. The Pulse emerged from BREDA's mission to promote civic engagement and self-determination among Belizeans abroad. Formed in the late 1970s and inspired by Black radical and Pan-Caribbean thought, BREDA used education and media as tools of empowerment, linking Belizeans in Los Angeles to the social and political debates unfolding in Belize. Broadcast weekly on KPFK, the Belizean Caribbean Pulse became one of the diaspora's most influential media spaces. What began as a 1-hour music segment evolved into a 2-hour program blending culture and politics, connecting Belizeans to Central American and Caribbean communities across the hemisphere. Through its mix of news, interviews, and music, the Pulse served as a living archive of Black and Afro-Indigenous thought and belonging. A particularly powerful episode aired during Nicaraguan Congressman Ray Hooker's visit to Los Angeles. In conversation with BREDA organizer Nuri Akbar, Hooker traced the shared histories of Black communities along Central America's Caribbean Atlantic coast, linking the colonial legacies of Bluefields, Nicaragua, and Belize to ongoing struggles over race, land, and representation. Akbar opened the segment with images of George Price, Marcus Garvey, and Garifuna musician Andy Palacio, placing Belize within a wider genealogy of Black and Caribbean resistance and affirming that Black Central Americans were central, not peripheral, to both Caribbean and Latin American histories. In this sense, the Belize Caribbean Pulse was more than a cultural broadcast. It was a form of diasporic political education that transformed radio into a classroom of transnational solidarity. And through sound, storytelling, and exchange, it helped Belizeans imagine themselves as part of a wider movement of Black and Indigenous freedoms. So Verona Burks provides another entry point into this continuum of Belizean diaspora activism. And as a member of the Belizean Consortium, conceived by international jurist and scholar Professor Edward Arthur Lang Jr. in 1985, Burks helped institutionalize the forms of transnational engagement that earlier groups like Breda had envisioned. The consortium sought to formalize diaspora participation in Belize's post-independence development through education, civic advocacy, and cultural preservation. Burke's contribution highlights the centrality of women's labor in sustaining diasporic life. Trained as a nurse, she brought an ethics of care that bridged health work and nation work, mobilizing resources for hurricane relief, organizing scholarship drives, relief for young mothers, and mentoring young Belizeans in Los Angeles. Her restaurant, Little Belize in Inglewood, continues that spirit as a cultural hub that also fuses food, politics, and intergenerational connection. Together, the Caribbean Pulse and the Belizean Consortium, alongside Burks's continued leadership, reveal a continuation of Belizean diaspora organizing that links media, advocacy, and care as interdependent practices of belonging. The Pulse embodied a moment of hemispheric consciousness rooted in Black and Central American solidarity, while Burks extends that commitment through embodied and relational forms of leadership. Both demonstrate how Belizeans in LA have transformed diaspora into a site of world-making, where culture, community, and citizenship converge to sustain a living practice of transnational belonging. So taken together, these stories from George Price's 1991 visit to Los Angeles, to the long history of Belizean migration, to the community work of the Caribbean Pulse and Verona Burks, all of these show how Belizeans have continually redefined nationhood and belonging beyond Belize's borders through migration, media, and organizing. Belizeans in Los Angeles have continued to sustain the cultural and political life of the nation in diaspora. I view the Belizean diaspora not as a story of exile, but as a site of cultural production where identity, citizenship, and community are constantly negotiated. Los Angeles, shaped by deep Black and Brown histories, provides a vital context for these negotiations and for Belizeans' assertions of visibility within Caribbean and Central American spaces that have often rendered them invisible. Ultimately, Belizeanness and articulations of Belizean identity, national identity abroad, emerges here as a hybrid and transnational subjectivity rooted not only in geography, but in the relationships, memories, and acts of care that sustain Belize across borders. Thank you. And here are also the credits for the images, the cover images, and the sources for the images that I was lucky to receive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ramsey, for that presentation. I apologize for my disembodiment because I was really paying attention. I have so many questions, but before I get into all of that, I just want to let our viewers know that we did have a third presentation for this session planned, but for undisclosed reasons, we never received that information, that presentation, sorry. So unfortunately, we cannot play it for you at this time. We hope that the authors will provide it in the future so that we can still present it to our audience in some capacity. So we do welcome that. But despite this, I believe we have a lot to discuss with Dr. DeGuerre and Dr. Ramsey. And so we invite them both to join myself and my co-director, Dr. Rebecca Friedel, to answer some questions live. So let's welcome to the stage Dr. DeGuerre and Dr. Ramsey. Good morning, ladies. And I love that it's a panel of just us ladies. We could talk and chat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. So, I think that Dr. Rebecca kind of went ahead in Facebook and she posted her own question. So I'm going to show it up anyway. And Rebecca, perhaps you can ask that question.
Sure. Yeah. First, I wanted to thank you both for your amazing work and for being with us. We're honored to have you. And you're both repeats. So we must be doing something right. Yeah. So thank you very much. So yeah, I was coming up with some questions because I know it's early and we got started a little earlier. So I had thought to post my own questions. Let me just, I'll start with Dr. DeGuerre. So I love this idea that you're talking about shifting the spaces from sort of from hierarchical to horizontal, right? But I was thinking, like, obviously this is probably more freeing for the participant, but I was thinking for you as the researcher, does it make you feel sort of less anxious? Do you feel like this is a better experience for you personally? And do you get more out of the sort of interactions, I suppose? Does that make sense?
Wonderful question to start off our morning. So for me, the way I got into this research methodology was really rooted in my mental health counseling experience, finding that art really allowed my clients at the time to engage with their life experiences, their life stories, and some trauma in a less threatening way. For me, it feels like it comes natural. I am not sure if that is my counseling background or just the love for qualitative methodology. But really, my favorite part of it is really putting the empowerment, putting the power into the participants' hands, especially with marginalized populations. And think about our youth and teenagers. There's not many times they go into a room and they get told, I'm learning from you. I'm the learner. You're the teacher. You're the one with the lived experience. So really seeing them flourish is always an honor to me. And it's been a great experience that I hope to continue, with different populations. So for me, it just feels natural, and it always feels great to allow individuals to have that space where they are empowered. This is their story, and I tell them I am here to learn from you. So it's always a very emotional but powerful process.
Dr. DeGuerre, I really appreciate that response, and I understand that your research is in a particular space, more so urban than rural. But I would wonder if you would be able to apply this sort of method into a rural space, particularly in the concept of hierarchies, where in some communities there's still that patriarchy that still very much exists. I would wonder how you could apply something like that there.
Absolutely. And that's a great thought. We always have to think about how we can impact populations that are more rural. And actually, the pilot study to the larger scale study was in the village of Mahogany Heights that I work very closely with. And a lot of my work started with that village. I have some really great friends in that village. So the work started in a more rural location, but like I said, I'm hoping to give this methodology a chance with other populations as well. I have started to do more and more work, research work with the LGBTQ population in Belize. The more and more I look at different populations, like I have done research with sex workers and people living with HIV. I would like to introduce this qualitative methodology because I know how powerful it can be, especially when we're in a world full of discrimination and stigma and patriarchy. Now, the comment about patriarchy is important. My research focuses on girls and women in gangs, and there are many spaces that are not ready for this conversation. I still get a lot of pushback. What do you mean? The gang problem is a male problem, and just refusing to even see girls as not just girlfriends of the gang, but active gang members with power, with the ability for autonomy and to make decisions. So this is a conversation that I appreciate having as much as I can to start getting that word out there to say, yes, they're there and they are full human beings. They're not just accessories.
I think that with this conversation and focusing on the marginalized, and it kind of ties in very much with Dr. Ramsey's general work, not just this research that she's produced for today's presentation, but generally when we talk about the way that we utilize race and discrimination as a weapon through marginalized communities. So it's not just that they are marginalized, but we created that system in the first place, utilizing these different thematic racial slurs and so forth to marginalize a group of people. But in your work, I was so intrigued, Dr. Ramsey, because the Black experience, and I've often told people that the Black experience for Belize is very unique to the rest of Central America and the Caribbean in a diasporic space. I was watching your presentation, and I couldn't help but think of Encanto, the Disney film, because when I think about what Black dynamic looks like for me personally, I think about Encanto. That is my family right there, and all of these different ways that the Black idea exists. And so I like to tell people that I might not have a lot of melanin, but I think I blacken you in a lot of ways. And they laugh at me, but culturally, that's how I feel, because culturally, that's how I was raised. But when I go into places like LA and places like New York and, other places that have larger Belizean diasporic communities, they're like, oh no, but she's Spanish. That's Puerto Rican. That's Mexican. And there's no way that you could have that level of Black experience. So I know you focus very much on colorism and race in your presentation, but can you highlight a little bit about that ethnic way of seeing yourself as Black differently in the diaspora?
Yeah, thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm so excited to be here. This is my second year, but the first year I was a moderator.
Yes.
So I'm really excited to kind of share some things. So yeah, I really love that question, because I think, in the sense of Belizeans and Belizeans abroad, it's very complex. And I think that's why, we're talking about methodologies. I think that's why oral histories are important and actually talking to people. Because also when I was thinking about this presentation, I'm like, okay, what number can I give, right? And the census is kind of this other barrier, because it's like, how are people identifying in Belize, and then when they migrate, right? So, and I think it really is a unique experience, particularly in Los Angeles. So a lot of the work that centers like Caribbean communities in the US is very like New York or like South Florida based. And they have like a very interesting way that they talk about race, right? Where kind of Blackness or language especially kind of categorizes you into these different regions and different identities. And I think Los Angeles was very, one, because I'm from there, so I kind of grew up with these conversations. But then two, Los Angeles is a very racially segregated place. So I think it does reveal a lot about particular communities when they migrate and where they choose to settle. Because I think a lot of it is about comfortability, socialization. So even here, when I focus on particularly African descended Belizeans, you have a lot of Belizeans who identify, as mestizo, East Indian, who will also settle into kind of Black, heavily Black populated areas, because there's such like a divide between the larger Spanish speaking Central American communities. So I think in a way that kind of stratification already kind of, separates folks. So I think it is a really like unique experience, and I think it has a lot to teach, folks that are also doing work of like Central American migration to the US, and what that looks like. Because like you mentioned, like Belize occupies a very unique position. And also too, thinking of like New York, where it's more of like they're Caribbean, but Central American Caribbean. And then in Los Angeles, it's like they're very like Central America, but the Caribbean community of Los Angeles. So really paying attention to kind of those regional dynamics. And I think kind of race, the way that people kind of identify, plays into that. Hopefully that answered it. It's just a
No,
lot.
for sure. No, I love it because Belize kind of affiliated itself after independence more so to the Caribbean than it did to Central
Right.
America. And we tend to have this strange myth that Black people don't exist in Central America. And if
Mhm.
they do, it's a small population, when in reality it's that's not the case. But even so, these Central American countries, they don't present their Black people. And I've
Mhm.
had the opportunity to work with a lot of the Garifuna Creole populations in Honduras and Nicaragua and El Salvador and so forth, that talk about the different, I don't want to say experiences, but themselves as identifying as Garifuna or Creole in certain spaces. They are marginalized, but it's a lot of them. And then
Yes.
in Belize, where we don't necessarily have this this large body of people that are above the Afro descendants or above this, like our oppressor is ourselves, right?
Mhm.
We still do it. And everybody else has like a particular socioeconomic hierarchy where it's by race and it's by economics together. So when I talk about being Black in Belize and talking about Black people being in politics and Black people being like our first teachers and our first lawyers and our first medical personnel, they are shocked because that doesn't happen for them. And so the Black
Mhm.
experience of that, and then taking it to the US and then being marginalized again in the US, I'm not necessarily sure if that's part of your research, but is that a conversation that often occurs?
Yes, definitely. It's definitely a conversation, especially when you consider kind of the broader Central America isthmus, right? And
Mhm.
Belize, considering, I don't know the exact number of how much Creoles and Garifunas make up of the population, but to other Central American countries, Belize is seen as kind of this Black nation, right? Where Blackness can readily be found. I think that in like Panama to an extent, but it's only like situated in a particular part of Panama. So I thought that was just very interesting. And it also aligns with a lot of conversations across like the Caribbean that see the Caribbean as a Black space as well, where, folks are like, oh, my first teacher, was Black, or, African descendant. So there is like a really unique experience or kind of dynamic happening. And then also too, when you come, you migrate, and you're in diaspora, kind of you have to kind of fit into these already kind of racialized categories that were here long before you. So I think it also plays a role in how folks are kind of conceptualizing Black identity. And then, of course, because Belizeans are a very transnational group, you have a lot of folks who have lived in the US and went back after certain years or go back and forth. That also plays a role too, because now you kind of have this racialized maybe experience. And I know in particular, like with my own parents, like asking them questions about like Black history and like what are some of the things that they've learned in school is always very revealing as well. But yeah, definitely. And then when you think I know, like, for example, Garifuna Settlement Day, you actually have like a lot of Garinagu folks across Central America who will go to Belize because of the way that the Garinagu are kind of venerated within Belize itself in a way that perhaps Honduras doesn't. So there's also kind of like these transnational, like across isthmus. So it's a bit messy, but it like, you know, reveals like a lot of things and you have more questions.
Yeah, I could go on and on about this, but I don't want to exclude Dr. DeGuerre out of this conversation because it does play a significant role in your research as well. And the Black experience in gangs, and or not the Black experience either, because I feel like in Belize, and particularly the gang inhibited spaces in Belize, are not just people that are of a particular Afro-descendant community, but they're also creolized into a particular. So if the gang exists in your community and you're not necessarily Afro-descendant, you're still kind of involved because you have been raised in this particular space. I'm not sure if you've come across those sort of situations, but does it matter in certain instances?
So I think when it comes to the data I collected, now, of course, I'm a qualitative researcher, so we had about 11 participants. I think most people assumed that the girls were Creole, of Creole descent, because of Southside Belize, when actually it was almost 50-50. We had a lot of girls who identified as mestizo. So it's more about the culture in which you grow up in and around, rather than race or ethnicity based. So it was actually interesting to see that representation of the mestizo population when I was working with girls in gangs. Particularly, most of these gangs were from the south side of Belize, because most people, when they read my research and they go to the page where we look at demographics, most people are shocked to see that there was that mestizo representation. So the hypothesis, it's more about the culture in which you grow up, rather than segregated by ethnicity or race, where we may see that more somewhere else in a different country or area, that it would be more segregated based on ethnicity or race.
That's really interesting. I'm actually pretty surprised, but it would, I don't know. I wonder what the conversations then are like, because then how did they get there and how did they formulate these relationships?
Yeah, I think it really has to do with our neighborhoods, our neighbors, what we grow up around, and seeing gang involvement, particularly in girls, more as a trauma survival skill, as a coping mechanism. Like I discussed in my research, that I will never come down on someone for being bad, or whatever we like to label our children, for finding a way to survive a situation that most of us could not imagine, right? Because my research shows that the drivers for gang involvement include childhood trauma. Every single girl in my study indicated that childhood trauma pushed them towards the gang. So it is an act of survival, an act of resilience, even though it's not as socially acceptable resilience mechanism, but they're surviving. And no matter what your ethnicity is, you find this mechanism for survival. So because we're seeing Southside become more diverse in its population, we will see more of these girls be able to survive in this manner, until we start to recognize and address the root causes of gang involvement.
I'm wondering if any of those mestizo identifying individuals, if any of them were coming from outside of Belize City, like their childhood was outside of Belize City, somewhere else in Belize, or perhaps even abroad. Is that something that you know? Do you have that data?
I do not have the numbers of data, but I do recognize that at least 2 or 3 of my participants did say that they moved to Southside a little bit older, but really, Southside has become their home for most of their childhood. And we have to recognize the ages were from 13 to 18. So depending on the age, but around the same life stage of early childhood that they moved to this area.
I find that I don't know, Belize is so, I could say because we weird, and I just think that the complexity of the dynamics is we're so interculturally assimilated, and we're trying to struggle to hold on to some level of uniqueness or identity that makes us unique to a particular space or a particular ethnicity or a culture, that we cling to anything that connects us. But I wonder then, and this is a question for both of you, ethnically and culturally, and I'm more thinking in terms of like traditions and what they understand their backgrounds and their heritage to be, if any of those things play a role in the way that they live their lives within their current situation, whether that be a woman in a gang or a person in the diaspora.
So, I don't know. Oh, okay, that was me. So the last part of your question, you're asking like how, sorry.
Yeah, no, so how does it allow them to kind of, I guess, navigate through that society, if that helps them any at all, to connect to whatever heritage that they have. And I ask it mostly because the Black experience isn't just a color experience. It's definitely the way you were raised, whether you're creolized or you have some level of roots that doesn't show through your phenotypes. So I wonder if that helps them to navigate in their societies.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of kind of like the book that I'm supposed to be writing. I say that, but trying to trick my mind, because I feel like I see it in different areas. So for example, like I focus on like commemorations, national commemorations, both in Belize, but then also in diaspora. And you kind of see all particular types of, Belizeans kind of come out. And also, and this is a particular type of custom or tradition that continues into diaspora, although it may be remixed a little bit, right? So for example, like Garifuna Settlement Day, it's not happening in, Dangriga, it's happening at like Santa Monica Beach or something, right? So even thinking about some of the ways in which they kind of continue to hold on to like particular things. And I think like one of my favorite questions, because I also am very aware of being a Belizean American and not necessarily having the experience of being born and raised in Belize. So I know kind of my racialization experience has been different. So I know like one of my favorite questions is just to like, when do you most feel Belizean, right? And they'll come up with so many different answers that you wouldn't even think about. Perhaps more so, I know one is like, oh, having my tea after dinner or something. Or in Los Angeles and, and even like places like Chicago and New York, it's considered a rite of passage to get like the little Belize decal on your car with the flag. And I even have folks that are not Belizean, who are like African American, come from other, backgrounds that are just like, I see it everywhere. Like it's this known thing that's how they make, their kind of home where they are. So there's like little particularities that you can see. And I know, at least for me growing up, when I was not the best in math, my dad was like, I need to send you to Belize because you wouldn't even, you'll be forced to get these things. So even like how you kind of raise your family and things like that. So I think it kind of varies across like families, folks, people. And then also one thing, especially too, is like where you come from in Belize. So that would be really interesting to think about too versus Belize City. And my family's also from the South Side as well. So like Belize City or like the South, Punta Gorda, or, you know, so thinking of things like that. And also the question of like, does kind of Black identity look different across Belize? And I'll have like, I've also gotten like commentary from folks that they're like, they see, you know, this whole concept of like street race, where it's just like, how do people see you when you're walking down the street? And one of the funniest things that I come across often is people, you know, meeting someone from Belize who doesn't necessarily present as, you know, Black or anything, and then they hear this thick Creole accent, and it's just kind of the eyes and the ears are not in alignment. They're just like, I'm hearing this accent, but I don't see, like, you know, and, you know, of course, like the Jamaican type of,
We just had that
yeah.
same issue, like, not issue, but it was like big on conversation with our Universe. Our Miss Universe is from
Yes.
Greek. You know, she got thick Creole accent, and she, you know, she's very in tune with. She's Belizean. Her parents are Belizean, like, you know, but she doesn't. I don't even want to say embody, because that's not the word. It's the socio concept of what a musician is supposed to look like.
Right.
And I think when the conversation was being tossed around, like, so what does a Belizean look like then?
Right.
Because I often get that, right? We're like, you know, Black down here, daddy. And
right.
it's one of those questions, well, not questions, but those conversations where I'm not sure if it's in a particular urban space, or is it just a mindset that everybody has, but then you're from here. And it takes me back to Dr. Lyra Spang's
yes.
Research on food and what is a Belizean dish. And even the indigenous people were saying rice and beans. And they're indigenous to this space, and they're not saying their food is Belizean, but something else is. And
right. Yeah. So many different questions. Yeah. And also, I think the language too is just, I think especially like Creole, like you brought up Creolization and Creole languages, I think in diaspora automatically places them within like Black diasporic kind of frame of, you know, a framework. So I think that's also very interesting as well. How folks who necessarily maybe Maya or Mestizo and migrate. I think someone, I'm forgetting the last name, but Kay Angelo wrote an article about her Asian Mestizo father and how he navigated coming to Los Angeles, which is really great research as well. So yeah, definitely.
That question votes for you as well, Kristcha.
Yeah, absolutely. So in my research, interestingly enough, the participants who were from the Mestizo families, from Mestizo descent, did report growing up and hearing racialized comments from their family. But what I see it as is trauma is the great equalizer, because the participants did not identify with their family any longer due to the trauma. And in the research, it has a breakdown of what trauma experiences they experienced, but mostly was child neglect, violence in the home, and sexual abuse. So because they did no longer felt a part of their biological or home family, they were pushed into the gangs, which acted like a family. So that trauma and that identification of the gang is now my family is almost like the great equalizer, where then they immerse themselves in this culture that wasn't dependent on ethnicity, but survival and gang activities. They took on almost an entirely new identity. And you could look into my research. I made sure it was free and available to everybody. It's right online. About the different roles that they played and the differing respect that had nothing to do with ethnicity, but more to do with gender and gender presentation. So it's really interesting, and how we're seeing that work on the South Side, particularly when it comes to young girls and women.
I find that, I don't know, when we think about certain nuances, and I really like maybe Rebecca to chime in on this, because I've never lived in a place long enough to feel overly marginalized, like, and then it happens a lot more in the US than it does in other places, honestly, if I can talk about my experiences. Because I don't present the Black culture in the United States. But I can carry that in other places and people will be okay with it. And so it's always very interesting to me that in America it's either Black or not. You know, like it's it's one of out of the two, and then you have perhaps maybe Asian or Latinx in between. But for for example, like Rebecca is naturalized Belizean recently, and I would imagine that her experiences of somebody coming into a space like ours might be very different than us going into a space like hers. I don't know if you want to talk about that, Bex.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's the same or similar or not, but we're having these conversations, and I have been thinking about my own experience coming here, and I think a lot of people assume that I would get more privilege here because I'm white. I don't know. That's sort of the sort of feeling I get when I speak to people about these kinds of things. But in my experience, a lot of people who do have sort of negative assumptions about who I am or where I come from, they think I'm a Mennonite. They just assume I'm Mennonite because I'm white. I don't know why, and I suppose maybe that's most of their experience with sort of my lighter skinned phenotype. Is Mennonites in Belize. But the worst experience I've had, like with somebody assuming I'm a Mennonite, is actually in the hospital. The nurses assumed I was a Mennonite and didn't want to treat me well, I suppose.
Even how you were dressed?
I don't know. I mean, it was during COVID when I was giving birth to my son. So
Okay.
I think they maybe, I don't know, just assumed I was a Mennonite and didn't like that I was in the public hospital, so maybe they didn't like that I was using the public system or something. But as soon as I said, you know, I'm actually from the U.S., but I moved here. I'm naturalized Belizean, and they asked me what I did for a living. I started talking to them about working at Galen or working at UB, and they completely changed like their conversation with me, their tone, and their care, like their actual health care to me, right? Like they were actually taking what I asked more seriously, and it was a very interesting experience because I suppose a lot of people think like a white person would experience more privilege, right? And I did not. I had the opposite, right?
It's less about being white in Belize and more about the group that they associate you with.
Yeah. But well, because I'm white, I suppose. But
right. But I've never thought about, well, no, I can't say that. I've thought about it enough about how we treat other marginalized group, because everybody here is a minority. It's in other bigger spaces, we're all minorities, right? But I guess it comes down to like the hierarchy of what Kristcha was talking about.
I mean,
just at a
maybe she could also speak to that kind of experience, right? Because you're also naturalized Belizean.
Absolutely. Just last week at a workshop, I was asked if I was Mennonite. So
okay.
I relate. I'm not sure, but I do know that this is without the structural race, the racism. Of course, the structural racism is not against people of Caucasian descent, but it's this othering that we experience. And people of color get this across the world of where are you from? We're trying to fit you into the puzzle. So acknowledging that we get only a piece of that here, right? But it's also important. I always duly acknowledge my identity as being seen as an outsider, but also in some part being an insider, naturalized Belizean myself, and navigating this role. I do know that some Belizeans will see me and say implicitly that they trust me more because they see me as more confidential because I am seen as an outsider, right? She's less likely to know my auntie and break confidentiality when it comes to my mental health care work. So when I feel that there may be some type of power disparity in the room, I try to offset that. And I try to offset it by, when I first started mental health counseling in Belize, people would come and choose me as their counselor rather than a Belizean who was in the field a lot longer because I was new out of grad school. So I would work with my secretary to not allow that practice to happen, right? Let's not let people choose their counselor, from anything other than specialty and experience and things of that nature. So it's really about, and I do understand that my identity comes with a history of trauma, of colonization and slavery, and acknowledging that and using my privilege of whatever I may have to amplify the voices of people who are more marginalized, understanding that my voice gets platforms because of my education, because of these privileges I hold, and that it's my duty to do so. So it is a very complicated journey because Belizeans don't look like any one person, right? I think it goes into the national conversation we're also having now about a survey that's going on. I don't know who backed it, but a survey that said, do you shop at Belizean stores or, please forgive me, Chinese stores, almost pitting it against each other, that people of Asian descent are not Belizeans when we know they are, right? We have children who are born here, people who are in their heart Belizean and also of Asian descent. So this is a topic that I feel like we could talk all day about, but it is, these conversations are needed because who a Belizean is, one of the beauty of it is it could be anybody. There's no one how Belizean looks like in one way.
Absolutely. 100%.
No, I love this, and I was looking at the time and I realized we went overtime, and I love that we went to overtime because yes, that means that the panel discussion worked. But I feel like the modern identity and issues definitely comes into play with these sorts of conversations, because while you both focused on different systematic areas of societal problems, everybody's facing them in different areas similarly as well. Whether you're Belizean in Belize or a Belizean in diaspora, these issues are clearly just global, and perhaps we have to stop seeing them as a Belize thing and just as a international global thing that is not just one small fight, but it's a fight that everybody's facing. But I want to thank you ladies so much for being a part of this conversation. I wish that the entire day was just this conversation, but we do have to move on. But we thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for being a part of Kulcha, and of course, we naturally invite you to join us again next year. If there are other questions from other participants and other persons in the audience, we're going to relay those questions to you, even though you're no longer going to be in next session. But thank you so much, and thank you to our viewers this morning for engaging with us. I know it became like a 4-people conversation, but I'm not upset about it. And I will be taking it over to a coffee break. We'll be back at around 10:30, right, Becca? Around 10:30. And we will be back with our next session. So don't go away. There's more Kulcha right after this.
Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Felicita Cantun, a Maya from northern Belize. Every year, I join this symposium because it's a space where we celebrate and reclaim the richness of Belizean and indigenous heritage. For me, sharing knowledge about my Maya culture, traditions, and spirituality is not only about the past, it's about keeping our identity alive for future generations. I invite you to watch the Culture Symposium because it brings together voices, stories, and wisdom across Belize and beyond. It is a place to learn, to reflect, and to feel proud of who we are. Culture is who we are, and when we honor it, we honor ourselves. Thank you.
Well, make sure you tune in to the 2025 Culture Symposium from October 29th to the 31st.
And it will also be online. You can watch it on YouTube or Facebook on the Heritage Education Network Belize page there.
This is the culture.
Hello, my name is Diana Janae, and I presented at the Belize Culture Symposium in 2022. People should tune in to the Belize Culture Symposium because the Heritage Education Network of Belize really created a space and a platform for people from across the country who, as long as they have the project, the platform, the mindset, the vision to preserve and evolve our culture here in Belize, that they can share that with the wider community. It's always very interesting and insightful presentations that when you are finished from watching or tuning into the Culture Symposium, you have that vigor to want to contribute to the preservation of culture. Preparing for the Culture Symposium in 2022, honestly, I did not see myself presenting honestly, but I had met April Martinez, who was my coworker at the time, and she encouraged me to submit an abstract after explaining to me how 5 minutes with D and culture links. And honestly, that opened my mind, and I went for it, and I created my presentation, Impact, Influence, and Innovation, showcasing how an online talk show that focuses on entrepreneurship sheds light on the promotion of culture, which is literally our everyday way of life. I would encourage anybody, as long as you have the vision, as long as you have that passion for Belizean culture, to preserve it for future generations, to evolve it with the times that we're living in with technology, to see how we can shed light on the different perspective on culture, I would tell you go for it, because this platform will allow you to speak freely about how you connect with our Belizean culture.
Well, make sure you tune in to the 2025 Culture Symposium from October 29th to the 31st.
And it will also be online. You can watch it on YouTube or Facebook on the Heritage Education Network Belize page there.
This is the culture.
Welcome back. Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed a refreshing beverage or a snack and are excited for our next session, expanding on Belizean identity and issues, but focused more on modern Maya communities here in Belize. Don't forget to ask your questions in the comment section below. And please also remember that all of these presentations are for public access, public use, and they are available on our YouTube page. That's Heritage Education Network Belize. Of course, you can also view our page for past lives and past culture presentations as well. For our second half of this morning's session, we begin with a presentation by Ms. Julia Arzu. And Ms. Julia Arzu is a master's student conducting ethnographic research with Maya communities in Belize to explore the intersection of cultural heritage, ecological knowledge, and storytelling. Rooted in a passion for art, environment, and identity, her work emphasizes the lived experiences, resilience, and creative traditions of Indigenous peoples. By combining fieldwork with reflective practice, Julia seeks to amplify local voices and foster reciprocal, culturally informed connections between people, place, and the futures they aspire to build. She presents her work here in the presentation entitled From Field to Craft, Maya People's Gendered Relations with the Jipijapa Palm in San Jose Village, Belize. Let's give our attention to Ms. Julia Arzu.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Julia Arzu, and I will be presenting a presentation that is very near and dear to my heart because it's a research that I have been following for the last few years, and it encompasses all of my passion, which is culture, the environment, and art. And so now I'm going to begin my presentation From Field to Craft, the Maya People's Gendered Relations with the Jipijapa Palm in San Jose Village, Belize. So our story begins in San Jose Village, that is in the Toledo district, that is nestled in the heart of the forest near the Columbian River Forest Reserve. So San Jose is the home to the Mopan Maya indigenous group, and it has a population of over 1,000 people. The major economic activity within the community is cacao farming. They do dabble in ecotourism from time to time, but it's not the prominent income generator within the community. So you have been hearing me talking about the Jipijapa palm. So what in the world is the Jipijapa palm? So the Jipijapa palm is a native species to the Central and South American region, and it ranges all the way from Mexico to Bolivia. But in Belize, the Jipijapa palm only grows within a certain region, which is the southern district of Toledo, which makes it quite special. So the Jipijapa palm loves to grow in clusters, and it loves moist or wet soils, and it grows mostly in disturbed areas such as forest or agricultural fields, and so it thrives in high sunlight. And particularly in San Jose, it grows abundantly within the month of January and February. And the Mopan Maya people have a phrase that says, whenever there's a new moon, there's a new shoot. So the plant can grow or pop a new shoot, a new leaf within 15 to 30 days. And what's incredible about the Jipijapa palm is that the Maya people utilize every single part of it. So from the roots to the shoots, to the stem, to the pods and the leaves, everything is used, nothing is wasted. So if we would go in San Jose right now and take a walk in the forest, this is how a Jipijapa palm would look. Now, the community of San Jose has an intricate relationship with the Jipijapa palm, and there are three primary values that they placed on it. There's the ecological value, there's the cultural value, and there's the economic value of the Jipijapa palm. So when I say ecological, I just mean how animals use the palm. Animals mostly use it for food, and they help to disperse the palm. So within San Jose, men and women use the plant within their work. And as I mentioned before, agricultural farming is a major part of the Maya community in San Jose. The Jipijapa stems are used as straps to help men when they're carrying heavy loads such as firewood or the Jipijapa pods from their farms back home. And so what they would do is they would cut the stem of the largest Jipijapa leaf that they could find, because a Jipijapa leaf can grow up to 12 feet high. And they would chop off the mature leaf and leave only the stem. And they would cut the stem vertically and then use their thumb to remove the innards, which would leave them with kind of like a string or a rope-like material. And then this string is what they would use to fasten the firewood or whatever load they have to carry, and carry it on their shoulder, like how this person here is carrying the pods back home for his wife. And women, they would use the Jipijapa leaves, the mature leaves, to weave hand fans to fan the flames of their fire hearth whenever they're cooking, or when they're making tamales. As you can see here in the picture, they would use the Jipijapa leaf to tie around the tamales to fasten it. And the community also use it for food. So if you look at the top left corner here at this image, where you can see these white shoots, those are the shoots of the Jipijapa palm. And the community would use that to create meals. So there are 3 popular dishes within the community, although different people cook it different ways. The most 3 popular ones are the fried Jipijapa. It's up here. So what they do, they would boil the Jipijapa, chop it up, and then fry it in oil, some onions with some cilantro and tomato, and season it to taste with pepper, and it's super good. And they would eat it with corn tortillas. And here at the bottom, it says caldo Jipijapa. It's pretty much Jipijapa soup, and it serves a corn tortilla or a bowl of rice. The third option is called lancha, which is pretty much just steamed Jipijapa served with chicken and corn tortillas. But I ate my lancha before I could take a picture of it, and I am so sorry. But it was so good. And the other way how people use the Jipijapa is within craft creation. Now this one is more of an economic generator rather than a part of their cultural value or their intangible cultural heritage. If you would look at number 1, the process would start at the harvesting of the Jipijapa. So there are 2 types of leaves that the artisans would harvest. The first one would be the pods that have not unflared as yet, because those are the leaves that they will process and turn into white straws. And then the second type of leaf that they would need is the mature leaves that has unflared open, because those, once processed, would turn into the brown straws. So after looking for the particular leaf that they would need, they would step 2, collect it and transport it back home. Step 3, they would start to clean the Jipijapa leaves. So these ones here, they're cleaning the mature leaves and the pods. And so what they're doing is they're removing the hard parts or the mid-ribs of the leaves so that it will become flimsy. The light yellow leaves, which are the pods, then be boiled in hot water for about 30 minutes. And then it would be removed from the hot water and placed in a pan with cold water or lukewarm water to sit overnight. The next day, it would be removed from the water and left in the sun dry. And once it dries in the sun, it would become white straws. Now, the green Matura leaves follow the same process, except it's not boiled. And after it's been cleaned, the artisan would just leave it in the shade to hang, and it would become the dark straws. So these are just some of the examples of the various crafts that the women in San Jose have made. Because San Jose is all the way up or in the mountains, artisans, they do not have the economic freedom to always go to Punta Gorda or other tourist destinations to sell their craft. So what happens is you have the retailers. Now, the retailers are sometimes other indigenous people who come into the community from other communities to buy from the women in San Jose. And they would buy the craft and resell them in major tourist destinations. And that's how the women, they would sell their craft. Now, honestly, you would think this is a relatively decent industry. But the fact of the matter is, the artisans do not always get the most for their craft. So let's say, for example, a small craft would cost, or the retailer would want to buy like a small basket for $5. But when they go to a tourist destination like Placencia, the retailer would sell that basket for about $15 US, which is about $30 Belize. So the artisan is making $5 Belize, and the retailer, who didn't put in as much work, is making $30 Belize. So like the amount of money that the artisan who invests all the time to make the craft isn't making as much as retailer, which shows like there's a disparity within the industry, and artisans aren't getting the most from their work. So like that is one of the challenges that we have seen arise within the craft creation production. So craft creation production is an industry that the women have carved for themselves within the tourism industry, because it allows them to work from home as well as generate or find an alternative way to generate income for themselves. Now, both women and men are involved within the craft creation production, but we see a higher level of involvement from men within the harvesting and transportation stages. But before I continue with this, I just want to say that men and women, they work together cohesively to produce the craft. So although I have these figures based on, these percentages based on the interviewees, the truth of the matter is people step in along the chain where they are needed. So they work cohesively together despite what these figures say. And so we could see that this craft creation production industry is highly dominated by women. Despite the intricate relationship and the economic development that women are having from it, it is being threatened by globalized changes. So in 2024, we had a month-long drought as well as a wildfire that was raging rampant within the Toledo district. And these droughts and these wildfires decreased the amount of Jipijapa within San Jose as well as other villages. As you could see, the Jipijapa craft production only exists within the context of tourism. And when the pandemic came, it shows how fragile the Jipijapa craft production was, because women were not able to sell any craft. It was definitely stagnated. But now that we're coming out of the pandemic, there has been higher demands by tourism for the Jipijapa craft, because tourists want a souvenir that reminds them of Belize, but it also has an intricate relationship with the indigenous people. And so they have been higher demands for it. But as I previously said, climate change has decreased the amount of resources that the indigenous people have available to them. Despite these difficulties, the Mopan Maya people of San Jose still aspire to build a better future for themselves with the Jipijapa palm. And so culturally, they're saying we need to preserve this relationship that we have with the Jipijapa palm, because it's a part of our intangible cultural heritage. And so we have to pass it on to our children, not just the girls, but also the boys. And so they have started initiatives to incorporate Jipijapa craft creation as a part of the arts and craft initiative in their primary school. As well as some farmers are saying that we need to have better farming practices. So because where Jipijapa was lost, we need to regrow them on our farms, in our yards, or in our forests. And we have to start to think about incorporating other forms of farming, sustainable practices. For example, agroforestry, because although slash and burn is a good traditional practice, climate change has changed the context in which it could be done properly. Because it's getting harder, we can't control the fires anymore. So instead of burning things, we could move towards agroforestry, which is a safer practice. And we could even incorporate crop rotation, because it would allow the areas where we've previously harvested to replenish itself while we move on to other regions. Some artisans were saying, well, the pandemic had showed us how fragile this whole system is, and we're not really getting the most for our money. So why don't we export our craft? Why don't we go internationally? We don't know how we're going to do it, but these are just the aspirations that we have. And some other members said, well, if we're going to export, we need to be technologically connected. So we need better internet, better signal. And this might help us increase the amount of tourist visitation. And if tourists visit, then we'll need better infrastructure such as guest houses and gift shops to showcase our craft. And if we're going to showcase our craft, then that means everyone in the village have to work together cohesively. So we have to determine our selling price so that we don't compete against each other and everyone have equal access. And that's my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Julia, for your presentation. I thoroughly enjoy that, and I had the pleasure of being part of your panel for this research, and I was extremely proud of that. Our next presentation is by Mrs. Felicita Cantun, and she is no stranger at all to Kulcha, and she is a proud Mayan woman, cultural guardian, and a community activist from Northern Belize. And deeply rooted in ancestral knowledge, she works to preserve and revitalize Maya traditions, language, and spiritual practices. Miss Felicita Cantun is the president of the Northern Maya Association of Belize. She's a founding member of the Kanan Mayatil Association, advocating for Indigenous rights, cultural education, and environmental stewardship. Kanan Mayatil means guardians of cultura. She's also a storyteller. She is a spiritual guide and a mentor for youths, sharing teachings from the sacred calendar and Maya cosmology through ceremonies, workshops, and writing, including her upcoming book, Echoes of the Sacred. Felicita honors her heritage and inspires others to walk with pride and purpose on the Maya path. Today, we have the honor of hearing her present on teachings from the Tzolk'in in Maya cosmology.
Hi everyone, my name is Felicita Cantun. I am a Maya living in northern Belize. Today, I am going to tell you about an ancient Maya calendar, Tzolk'in, a calendar with 260 special days. Tzolk'in is not like the calendar we use today. Unlike the 365-day solar calendar that we know about. This Tzolk'in calendar is considered sacred. The 260 days connect human life, farming, spirituality, and timekeeping. The 260 days is connected to the time it takes a baby to grow inside the womb before birth. In our modern calendar, we count time using months and weeks. Months like January, February, March, up to December. But the Maya Tzolk'in works very differently. Instead of weeks, it uses a cycle made up of 20 unique day names. For example, we have here Imosh, Ik, Akbal. These are the day names, 20 day names. And each day gets one of these names. And the names repeat over and over in a fixed order. These names aren't just labels. They each have a special meaning. In the Tzolk'in, every day has both a name, one of these, a name, and a number, the numbers 1 to 13. The Maya linked the sacred numbers to the body. We have 13 major joints in our bodies that allows us to move. Just like our joints move the body, the 13 numbers move the days through the cycle. Therefore, the number 13 isn't random, it's connected. The Tzolk'in calendar works like a cycle made of two parts. We have this big part and this inner, smaller part. We have the two parts, the 20 day names and the numbers 1 to 13. Each day gets one name, the name here, and the number. The other day has the name day, the number. This, the name day, Imosh, and the number 5. The name day, Ik, and the number 6. And thus we continue, each day connected to a number. Each day connected to a number. And they continue rotating together. The names and the numbers move like two wheels turning. One with 20 names and one with 13 numbers. When they spin together, they create the 260 days, the Tzolk'in. The Tzolk'in calendar isn't just a normal calendar. It connects daily life with sacred timing. We use it to plan important events and to understand time in a different way. It helps us choose the best way for planting crops, for naming babies, for marriages, and it helps us choose specific days for planning ceremonies, healing ceremonies, and different ceremonies led by spiritual guides. It is a calendar with purpose, not just dates, but with meaning. The Tzolk'in teaches that each day has its own energy and purpose, just like people, animals, and nature too. Nothing is random. It also teaches us that life doesn't move in a straight line. Things return, repeat, and renew, just like the seasons: spring, summer, autumn, winter, the moon, and our own lives. The Tzolk'in calendar. In the Tzolk'in calendar, every day has its own energy linked to elements of nature like animals, plants, the rain, the sun, fire, wind, and earth itself. People are born under these energies, so your identity is tied to something in nature. That means that humans aren't separate or superior. We belong to the same web as everything else. The calendar reminds us to live in balance with the earth, not to rule over it. In the Tzolk'in, every person is born on a combination of a sacred number, 1 to 13, and a day name, the Ish in this case. That pair, this day name and the number, is your birth sign or your Nawal. It's not just a birthday. It carries the energy that you are born with. Each day name is connected to something in nature, like an animal, an element, or a force. And the number shows the strength or direction of that energy. Together, they describe your personality, your gifts, and your life path. In my case, according to my birth date, my Nawal is 4-ish. And ish, the number 4 means reliability. It means strength, happiness, and stability. Individuals born on a Ish day are seen as strong and vigorous and with a deep connection with the earth's energy. I know my element is water, and my animal spirit is the jaguar. See, each represents the jaguar. My metal is the bronze, my colors are yellow and brown, and my stone is the amber. The Tzolk'in also helps us choose dates to offer ceremonies, either for asking something or for being thankful. It guides us there in the Nedims. We have special days for beginning something. Example, that's under the Kanil. For giving thanks, that's under the To. So different energies for different things every day. It also teaches that community matters. Community ceremonies based on the Tzolk'in are shared events, not individual acts. People usually consult the day keepers to understand if a day is good for a certain action. For example, if you're going to start something new, if you're going to travel, if you want to get married, when is the best day for planting? We usually seek the advice of the day keepers. As mentioned before, the Tzolk'in is not like the calendars that we are used to using. The Gregorian calendar, the one that we use today, we know it has 365 days and sometimes 366. It is divided into 12 months and it tracks birthdays, school days, holidays, and it's based on the sun. The Tzolk'in calendar has no months at all, just 260 days. And the 260 comes from the time it takes the baby to grow inside the womb before. The Tzolk'in has 260 special days. Each day has its own name and meaning, and the Mayas used it for birthdays, ceremonies, and lucky days. Thank you. Gracias. Nib-olal. You're now Tzolk'in experts.
Thank you so much, Ms. Felicita, for that informative presentation, as always. And our final presentation for this morning, before our panel discussion, please remember that you can drop your questions in the comment section below, and our panelists will be here to answer them. Our final presentation for this morning's session is by Mr. Stanley Peck and his colleagues at San Jose, Toledo. Mr. Stanley Peck is a Mopan Maya language activist. He co-translated The Little Prince into Mopan Maya, which can be found and purchased online. He also does other translation works. For example, he has translated science books and he has written original children's stories in Mopan. He also, together with collaborators Richard from San Jose Village in Toledo, are carrying out a culture and language transmission project involving the youth and the elders in San Jose. This project is called Culture Mentors and Apprentices, and it is funded by the Belize Culture Fund, issued by Nukche. He is also one of the language consultants for a research project by Nicole Hober, a linguist and researcher from Germany, with a research permit issued by Nukche. Here they are to present their work entitled A Walk in the Jungle. It's also written in Mopan, but I am going to butcher that so hard, so hopefully they can teach me how to pronounce this later on. A Walk in the Jungle, the Mopan language coming alive in originally written children's books.
Jusish tulakalish, alibe, beltikati tsikbalte, upektil humpil akwenta insibda ich Mopan maya. Ximb'al ich Nukche ukaba. Ikaba inene a Stanley Peck, sa village kumanin. Leka da ayash hum insibda ich Mopan maya tihu ahmin sobo. Yan huntul ahbono, a Richard Karl Peck ukaba. Weyali kumaan San Jose. Yan tun huntul amasho, a Richard Peck ukaba, tan ukaansik a Mopan maya ich eskwela. Yan ti wet ok, tan uyan ti kon ichil amea da, huntul linguist talaan Germany, ich Miss Nicole Hober ukaba. Bel ukautsik balte ukabitil atsib ich Mopan titon.
Ja buk abetel atsib ich Mopan maya. Alebe ak yaba huum ayan ich Mopan maya atsiba an ich Mopan maya. Perkui utukulo ahu umado ma talano etela Mopan maka. Kuihi talano etela Ingles washan Espanyol mak. Habishlik ahu amansahan ich Mopan tan ahneneyum menish elviabo etel uyet ok. Perkui leka Ximb'al ich Nukche ayash ti atzutzuk Cristiano amachens ibaan ich Mopan maya perkui utukul talaan lik etel huntul Mopan mak. Ichilumeyaha lek Stanley Peck walak uyilik ku aak ibaan tupach Mopan ana. Perkui yab toch katin sil tikat toch konte Mopan maya. Ahu umada machen ti shok. Yanlik ti te kushaanak Mopan tan ichilakin amas wataka.
Bobetun ukabitil atsib ich Mopan maya. Lektun ti kainsibda ahum adaili. Weyet tawich kumanon sa village Toledo. Ichil ahneneka tak ich Nukche. Ichil ti kala mayan na electricity. Mayan telecommunication service leka internet ko onti. Ichil ton ti kala noono. Hadi bet kola walak betiki. Walak ti pekal pach ti wotot ti hanal. Katun walak bal ich Nukche. Teta wasan leka maki. Mentek tun a Ximb'al ich Nukche. Ukaba akwenta ada insibda. Akwenta yan katulo it's in etel suku uno. A suku un sile inen. It's in sile los ukaba. Laek it's in ucha on ti Ximb'al ich Nukche uchi. Ya baba alti beta kichpan yet ok it's ini. Ko betiki kimen. Ti ilikton tan insig akwenta ada. Yan tun huntul ti wet ok ti Kristcha ti binon ti Ximb'al ich Nukche. Ahyo ukaba. Ukata hyo yan huntul intata tok kituicha basho kituicha ada kwenda ich Nukche mentektun alek insa ti wet oko. Uchoon ti Ximb'al ich Nukche. Ya baba ala kichpan ti wila. Taloon kuleka hanu shiha leka kanalo la kokashil. Katunyab leka hanu kuchwits ti mansa. Lek tik ochoon te tuba beltika ti hedele ti beta ukuchil ti wuya. Ti agak tunu uchoon ti Ximb'al. Titsona huntul ahalehe. Tipuk tahlik. To sama lili, tisotin ta humpil no si aktun. Tetun ti Kristcha humpil no si akchen asabi ensil unuchili. Tetun yanahitoon asabi ensili. Wato nakatiya siya mas na tekwa uchi. Digesh tu na shoki ka humu. Hedatun abel inka in shoko tiish at ibaan imene. Kun ora tan ti Ximb'al tik ocho onsil ano si ha. Nach to ki enon ka ti uya ti tan aha. Ti sibta ti Ximb'al ka tun ocho on. Tak to pol ano si ka na ha. Atan ukashil tak te ocho on. Leka ti chaanta aha. Manal ka nal. Manal nuch. Manal tam. Manal chilam. Chukul sa titiwol umeno kichpanil. Hihu. Hihu. Lega ha ada. Tan iwadik kati ila. Tan iwit in ichil ukil uyuolo. Kahi esti bashal hati manu ko ni esti ko ye samal kut an ahyo. Zahtun mentok manal ukich panil aha ada. Leka ha ada bel uka ubetin ti mukanen habis ahwash timinti hoboken ti bashil ha kien ti uchin ti nuk habis noshi bulgich kan atan uyemel. Sek. Ya ubut eltan unak elti kanal. Chichlik pik uhu. Aliebe kochitun Ruhiel ti bel uka aho yade ahbuan uka ati balak ka uchi ubun.
Balak kimbuan ta tumene balak ti iman ishoka inchasota katun intuklah ti balak ti dik impatal imbunte wakashikech lik nukche balak likabel yash kichpan leka daili leka dai imbunta leka ha ola kukashel ti kanal waka ila balak lika ha wakashikecha ila tu tawichili balak li kichpanin mentek tunu balak li kimbonta balak kintuklah mentek balak tun kimbonta
Laek tun adail uyadah ahbuan. Alibe beltun uka uyade uka biyetil at Mopan Mr. Richard Peck.
Botik titi yan atukula tanu ulik sabanu chilti kali non Mopana. Ukabiti la tukula da tsip kwenta ich Mopana. Tika tikules ti tsikbali non Mopan ti yakin amas wataka. Ki kuchika enaku uyura hil ushano tiempo hil bikin ka uchuka ada kwenta ti watsuwa wataka. Tiku na to chukul ku atikumah ushan ku wala kumanil ti tuani non Mopan. Tikia non ichil ti kal tuba kumano na humu muchwani non Mopan. Lekti tanu betiku atsubo adapti bala atsibich Mopan wichano tseko ubonili. Tika umucho chukul ku amanan tuan inona Mopan. Wichan tilik kuka maniko tiho atsubatan ulak otsub wichan tiho amaka anukucho tika patako titsib hompilkin. Ukan sabulo shock ball wichan utsibanil a kwenta ich Mopana. Kabit tika enak ichil ti eskwela. Yoko tika uchuko ukambala atsubo. A mehenoto tiakin alebe ititakin amaswatak. Mopana yanlik unukul yanlik umuk habisholik ulak at an mentek tunu ki kochiti ka okok ichil ko atanu kansik a eskwela curriculum ko anti ti ileka kompik ina Mopana ileka klik kompil at Ximb'al ayana kumuk ti akin amaswataka inene huntul taniyalti ki imbete kindik esso tukulila tsib wishana shock ish Mopana yokor hompik inik atimila leku kuchatani betika liebe ka kuchiyana kuchichilek ina wataka patala kuchiti tsib patala kuchiti shock atsuba watakuwa tika enak tuan bisha internet kuchi bishan kachika enak ti computer bishan ka enak atel communication links ti ulak ay por kaban wil ti dik kuchiti betik maski bishan maski chpan kuchiti ka uchuk abisha huba tanti betiki bishan hompil le kochaban nemula hompil ink atimila aka hahak ichilti Karl Belize bishan ti nona Mopana tileka ko titsubo katakolik at Ximb'al tano betiki habish ti kulak wat Ximb'al bisha inglesa bisha espanyol.
But diki estu lakal esti ka awe hi esti Ximb'al.
Thank you so much to all of our panelists this morning for those wonderful presentations. I now invite Ms. Julia Arzu, Stanley Peck, Felicita Cantun on to and Mr. Richard Peck on to our panel this morning. But the first thing that I really would like to do is say thank you so much to Stanley and Richard and his team in San Jose. Julia can attest to how horrible the internet is down there and how bad the service is. And so for them to be able to produce a presentation at this magnitude for Kulcha, we are extremely grateful. And we are also grateful to have a platform where you can give an entire presentation in your indigenous language and be able to be here and share. So before we move into our Q&A, if Stanley or Richard can perhaps in English or in Spanish give a synopsis of their presentation for those that weren't able to read along your slides. If you were there, Stanley or Richard.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning.
I must say it's a privilege to have the opportunity to, as you said earlier, to do the presentation in our native language on such a platform. And Stanley is a young language activist in our community, and I'm glad that he had given me the opportunity and to venture into such an initiative whereby we will write storybooks in our first language to be used at our school first. And the whole idea of Stanley's initiative is to write stories so that our children can learn to read and write our own language. And the book is about a hunting trip in the pristine jungle of San Jose Village, and the characters are real people from our community, and the activities, the whole undertaking in the jungle is actually what happens when someone goes hunting in real life setting. And having an artist, a young artist within our community, was also able to illustrate those ideas so that children can visualize what we're trying to portray or to say in the story. And I think it's something great, and I look forward to seeing more of such a story. And this story is mainly about a male character, or for male masculine gender. So I'm hoping that the next publication could cater towards a feminine gender, or to see what our ladies do as well, so that we can grasp all the ideas and all the cultural traditions that our females as well go through.
Thank you so much for sharing, Richard. And again, thank you, Julia. Thank you, Ms. Phil, for being here this morning. I think that all of your presentations kind of capsulate what indigeneity is. And it's been really awesome having different cultural elements being shared throughout your presentations, whether that be the use of Jipijapa, language, spirituality, and so forth. My first question is for Julia, actually, when it comes to the way that you were able to finalize this particular research project. You and I have been working extensively on it, but I don't think I asked you why you chose this, because you were more on the environment aspect, and you kind of you have your own anecdote as to how you stumbled upon this project.
Thank you so much for that question, April. And you are right. Actually, I work along with Dr. Filiberto Panados, and he approached me with the idea of doing work in the Maya community, doing research. At that point, we had no idea what the research was, But because I love culture, I love research, I love the environment, I'm like, bet, let's do this. No other question needed, no other information needed, let's do this. And so over the few months, we started talking, and he asked me, what angle do you want to take? There are so many things to do in the Maya community. There's cacao to work with. You could work with women. And then I said, well, a lot of people always study the cacao industry, and not a lot of information is available about women. So I want to work with women because there isn't a lot of literature in Belize about indigenous women in general. And so I started thinking, okay, what do indigenous women do? And how could I tie that into what I'm researching with natural resource management? What plants or what resources are they using in Toledo? And Filberta said, well, they are working with the Jipijapa. And I said, the Jipijapa, what's that? I don't know what the Jipijapa is. And then I said, you know what? That's it. We'll work with the Jipijapa. I don't know what it is. I'm from the city. I bet a lot of other people don't know what the Jipijapa is. But I think it's an important plant that we should have some form of documentation with it. And I'm glad that we decided, or I chose to go down this road, because I have learned so much about the Jipijapa palm and the intricate relationship that both men and women have with the plant in San Jose. And it also opened up my eyes to see that Maya women are incredible knowledge keepers. They are incredible artisans, and they have such big hearts that they welcomed me into their community and was willing to share their knowledge with an outsider. And I'm pretty much grateful for the guidance that I got from every single person on my committee and every single person that helped to guide me towards going to San Jose, because it was one of the best decisions I've ever made. And hopefully this research could provide the literature that we need to showcase the work and the importance of Indigenous women within their community and our environment, as well as highlight what the Jipijapa is and the important cultural aspect it holds to Belizean culture.
I'm surprised you said that. Well, I shouldn't say I'm surprised. I think that most people didn't know that it was called Jipijapa, because I feel like in Belize City, particularly like the tourist village area, artisans sell Jipijapa, ornaments. They sell Jipijapa earrings and all of that jazz, and so it exists. But I don't know if many people in the urban setting understood the cultural connection that this particular plant that has been turned into an ornament has for an entire cultural group.
Yeah, you are right. And honestly, I can't speak on behalf of anyone else in Belize. I could only speak on myself. But I don't hang around tourist village actually.
Okay.
And so if I do pass near there, I would stare at the wooden carvings and the paintings, not really the basket itself. I would see them around, but I would think they were made out of some other different plant, not Jipijapa.
Yeah.
And so it was until I started this journey studying the Jipijapa plant, then something started to connect in my brain and be like, oh yeah, we do have that in Belize. Let me go to Belize and interview some of the retailers that sell them. So
Right.
yeah, I was slow at making the connection, April, and I am so sorry.
No, not at all. You would know that once you start working in cultural spaces, you kind of start to see them everywhere afterwards.
Yeah.
And so it becomes obvious to people in the field for various reasons. But for, the average person that is just walking around and seeing it, I think it kind of alludes to a different conversation as to how have your perspectives changed in terms of artisans within a particular space, specifically since you said that your eyes gravitated towards the woodwork and not so much the Jipijapa.
Yeah. So honestly, there are multiple ways how I could answer this question, because I am an artist myself. I do portrait paintings and I love working with my hands. So like those are always the mediums that I gravitate towards. But then it also made me realize that as an artist within Belize, we don't have much mediums to showcase our work or protect us as artisans, because majority of the time we want to showcase our work, we want people to purchase them, but people don't want to pay for them or pay the true value or the true cost of what it takes to create this product. And so one thing that I was able to connect with the women from San Jose is that they do not always get the true value of what the craft is worth, because sometimes just to make a single small basket, they have to put in 20 to 30 hours a week to just to make that little basket. And that's beside all the other household responsibilities that they have. And so we don't have the, I guess, I wouldn't say the infrastructure, but the foundation to protect and advocate for artisans who put their heart and soul into their craft, and they don't get the true value or the recognition or the platform for their work. And I think that was something that stood out to me more within the research than anything else.
I don't know if you, while you were in San Jose, you were able to come across, or if you met Stanley along your journey, but Stanley is also from San Jose as well as Richard and Karl. And they have been embarking, based on their presentation, on different elements that they're able to, I guess, teach the younger generation for cultural transmission. And so I think, Stanley, this is a good time for you to join in on the conversation and just kind of talk a little bit more about the workshops and the work that you have been doing in terms of not just teaching, but I think certain things combined with the artistry work, the economic factor, and so forth, in the way that you teach embroidery, weaving, music, language to the younger generations. I think he was there just a second ago and he left. Yes, we see you. Maybe go ahead.
Yeah, I'm really happy to have this opportunity, given this opportunity to talk. I'm working with my team, Mr. Richard Peck, on my children's book. I wrote this children's book because what actually happens in our community is what I based on. And that is the reason why I started with a walk in the jungle. That is what we actually do. And then besides that, I have this Mopan Culture Mentors and Apprentice program supported by Nukche Institute. And I'm really happy about it because everything is going well, like how we want. And then during that experience, I can see that by bringing these young apprentices to learn things from the elders, it's really great to have this opportunity to be with them, to bring them to bridge this intergenerational gap, and everything is going well. And then I can see that the children are they have their passion, I would say, to learn more about their culture. And for example, we're doing embroidery making, and it's going really well, I would say. And everybody is really excited to learn. And most of them started from scratch, and then now they're actually having the product to the finishing part. And that is really exciting to see, because then they actually have their spare time and they do embroidery making at the library. So during their spare time, they do that. So they're not actually spending time, just wasting their time like that. They're actually doing what they're learning and what the mentor is teaching them. And also I have ideas of how to do it myself, and we'll have another mentor in the upcoming weeks. And then I'm really interested in learning myself too. So bridging the intergenerational gap is really important in today's world, and that is what I'm really happy about. And given this opportunity, I'm really happy about it.
I have to congratulate and commend the work that you all have been doing, because I appreciate that you've decided to teach, language, music, and arts to everybody, but particularly like embroidery to the young men in the community, because we've often been taught that embroidery is a woman's thing, right? That's a woman's art. How was it received by the young men to learn embroidery?
Can Mr. Peck answer that?
Yes, of course. Yes, go ahead, Richard.
And again, and Mr. Stanley decided to based on the interview we had last week. There was this young man who said that in the interview, he said that I know that this is an art for ladies or for females, but because he was the person completing this task, he was so expert in embroidery. So he said that I'm doing this as an evidence and to show the world that men can also do what ladies do.
I think that's definitely breaking intergenerational trauma and intergenerational um, ways of thinking. So congratulations to your mentorship program. I don't know if Miss Felicita is there, but this question is for you. Miss Felicita Cantun is a longtime mentor of the Yucatec Maya culture. She is a stalwart when it comes to revitalizing certain traditions, particularly in the sporting arena of Oktapok for both men and women. She is an advocate for Yucatec language revitalization as well. And so, with all of these different cultural elements, Miss Felicita, how was it different to teach about spirituality and particularly the Maya calendar? Because that's not something we learn about at all. So how is it that you have been able to gather this information and teach it to the younger generations? Can you unmute your mic, please, so we could hear you?
Yes, I am a spiritual guide, and I received my training in Merida and in Guatemala, and therefore all these teachings are teachings that I was given before I qualified to become a spiritual leader. And in my daily life, I noticed that it really helps as a day keeper. It really helps me to live the way I live, to live with nature, to live, and I am always surrounded by people. I can recall I said my daughter is coming from America and she wants everything spotless clean in the house. And then but somebody told me, but Miss Fel, your daughter lives in America and she doesn't have 15, 20 children around her place every day. Therefore, having these children, these youths, I get the opportunity, I grasp the opportunity to teach them about this spirituality. And as youths, as children, they grasp these teachings. I can recall once when we were someplace in the world, I don't remember where we were. I was with the male Poctapok team. And then we were in a restaurant, and then I noticed one of them was missing. And then somebody came, Maestra, you know what? He is there talking to the water. And that made me so happy to realize that they do get the teachings, because we are part of nature, and we speak to the plants, we speak to the water, to the air, to the fire during our sacred fire ceremonies. We speak to them, and it's so I wish everybody would just feel excited to learn about these things, because we are not just the physical that we see. With our choir, whenever we sing, the first song that I taught them is Tene iken, I am air. Tene haen, I am water. Tene iken, tene otan. But most of all, I am a spirit. So the children know that we are not just what we see. We are fire, we are air, we are the earth, we are the water, and most importantly, we are a spirit. So as I said, I grab all these little opportunities that I have to teach the children and the youths about Maya cosmology. And I am so happy that they would come and ask, Maestra, do you think it's a good day to start this project, or something like that? And then so as a day keeper, we check and say, better wait, or things like these. So I am so happy with myself and with all the people around me, that I can see, I can feel that they do appreciate the Maya cosmology.
I find that more and more indigenous communities are holding on to the things that make them who they are, whether it be through craftsmanship, whether it be through language, music, art, now spirituality. You can definitely see that there is like a revival in trying to understand who you are as a people. But thinking about what Stanley is doing, and thinking about what you're doing, Miss Felicita, and Julia, I often wonder how widely knowledgeable are the people that are not indigenous are about these things. So for example, the young man that was talking to the water, how widely knowledgeable would people be about something like that, or about Jipijapa and the way that it's being not just used for jewelry, but the way that it's cultivated for other things within the community. Do any of you, and this is a question for anybody, do you think that there is enough information out there for persons that are not from those indigenous groups about these sort of practices?
I need to plug in my computer.
Go ahead, Julia or Stanley.
Yeah, I could take the question. April, there isn't enough information out there about it, and there needs to be more information. I remember I was talking to after leaving San Jose in January, I was talking to someone about the Jipijapa palm and how indigenous people could use it to make food, and they were like, "Wait, what? Okay, I know the Jipijapa palm, but I didn't know that you could eat it." It was like, "Yeah, girl, you could eat it, and it's so delicious. You put your tomato, your cilantro, your onion, your make sure it's bird pepper, because we don't do black pepper. Make sure it's bird pepper and salt. Season it to perfection, and it is amazing." And so she said, "I didn't know you could eat it," and so it made me realize like there is so much about various cultures and the practices that Belize is rich in that we don't have documentation on, but we should. And I'm glad that Felicita and Stanley, because I've heard about Stanley and the work that he does with Nicole and Mr. Peck as well. I'm glad that they're doing the work that they're doing, because we need more information about Belizean culture written by Belizean from a Belizean perspective, because there's, I don't know, maybe there's just that je ne sais quoi, or that context that we could relate to, that maybe someone abroad may missed or may not know how to relate to the general public. And so documentation is key for every single aspect of our culture and the things that we do as a people.
Yeah, agreed. Stanley? You're muted. I can't hear. Technical difficulty.
Can you please repeat the
I was just
question?
wondering if you believe that there is enough information about some of the practices and the work that you all do as Indigenous peoples for the rest of the population to know and understand.
Kobe.
Can I answer the question?
Sure, go ahead.
I don't think there's much information, and firstly due to maybe the communication link in our different communities. But more and more people are getting the service now. So this is through this medium, right? What we're doing now could be an avenue whereby information can be disseminated. But even though the information might be available, there are different distractions that we are identifying within our community. And most of our younger generation now are, instead of reading or listening to the folklores from our elders, they're on their devices or they're on their phone watching Western movies and things that are not related to our tradition. That's one. The other one is the influx of religion in our communities. And Western religions are saying that you should ignore your traditional practice. You shouldn't burn your incense. You shouldn't pray to the gods of the mountains and things like that. So there is that and discrimination, I would say. And then our younger generation would tend to believe that because now they have if they would have access to the internet, imagine how dramatic the effect would be. But again, uh, if we are prudent enough, we can utilize the platforms like this one now to begin to disseminate this information. So maybe we can begin to utilize the Facebook and begin to share the information, begin to say some words in Mopan, begin to text each other in Mopan so that our language can be there. And others might not understand it, but at least we'll be able to continue revitalizing our written language. And so those are some of the things that I'm seeing, as somebody mentioned, Ms. Arzu mentioned, documentation is one way. Once you have these documents, you can able to share it to other people as you see them, and there's evidence. People will tend to believe black and white rather than just oral. I think in the past, our elders have have, have used the orals and part many times. So now we don't have that document. Most of those elders have gone now. So now we have to start documenting all of this over and over again. So I think this initiative and like what and the spiritual leader said earlier, those are the things that we need. These are our culture. This is who we are as a Yucatec person or as a Garifuna person or as a Mopan person. We need to pass on this knowledge to our children. Documentation. Using the technology now that we have, we can be able to spread the information further.
I agree, and I think that one of the bigger challenges is the access to the technology to be able to bring forth that level of information. And that's why I have to say thank you to all of you for being able to one, make the presentation, and two, be here this morning to have this Q&A session with us, because I don't know if many people in the broader Belize understand, and even in diaspora, they understand that there are places like San Jose, places within the border in northern Belize that will not have that access to service or information or internet, sorry, to be able to bring forth this sort of information. So I need to say thank you so much to be able to be here with us. With that said, I will
April,
close
April,
our Q. Yeah.
April.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Ms. Bell.
The thing is that I got lost a while ago, but I need to say this.
Sure.
Here, I'm talking about my community. Although the knowledge, I'm talking about my Tzolk'in. Although this knowledge was once silenced in Belize, many of us are walking the path now of revival and retrieval. So I am so happy for that. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing, because where I recall maybe like for a half an hour in a history class, we would hear a little bit about the Maya calendar or a little bit about the Maya Hong Kong and so forth. It's very, very nice to know that you are teaching it, and you're teaching it as a way of life and not as a subject, because there's a huge difference in the way that perhaps we're teaching it as a discourse of something that is a thematic area in a history class, but you are showing them how to use it and how to go about their daily lives and use it. So I think that that's absolutely incredible. But for our audience, before I close, I know, Julia, you're almost done with your research. Miss Bell, I know that we can find you at Pachamama. I know that there are so many different ways that we can locate you, but for our newcomers, Stanley and Richard, how can people perhaps get a hold of you to purchase your books? Go ahead. Yeah. Yes. How can we get a hold of you to purchase the Ananayum book and your other books?
Well, what we're doing with the translation book, The Little Prince, Ananayum, when we had that among of books, what I do here in the village is that I distribute it to the people, and then I also am doing archiving. I'm doing that in the village. I record people's conversation and how they live at home, what they do at home. So that is what I do. And then by doing so, I give them the book, The Little Prince. And we have the book stored here in San Jose, and also here at Mr. Peck's house. So when we give people, we accept donations so we can carry on our project. I mean, archiving and getting knowledge from people through archives. So that is what we're doing. We're recording. And then, of course, like what Mr. Peck and Ms. Arzu said, that documentation is really important. And that is the same reason why we do archiving. And that is how we can be able to send out the books, I would say, or maybe sell for my children's book or the children's book we're doing. Then of course when we print them on my Facebook page, then that is where I can be able to be contact or email address. Then that is one way how I can be able to sell. And by doing so, then we will have those funding to carry on more of our project. So that is how we'll be
doing, and it can be contacted through email and Facebook.
Thank you, Stanley. And yes, so for any of our viewers that perhaps want to get a hold of our presenters this morning, we will have with their consent, of course, their contacts connected to the presentations when we publish all of the presentations on our YouTube page. But guys, thank you so much for a wonderful discussion this morning. Thank you so much for your presentations. We look forward to seeing other future projects to come. And of course, that concludes our morning session part of the Kulcha Symposium. We are going to take a lunch break and we'll be back at 1 o'clock sharp with this afternoon session. More Kulcha is coming your way. We'll be right back.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Belize Culture Symposium brought to you by HENB, Heritage Education Network Belize. My name is Annette Sabido, and I am going to be your host for this afternoon's segment. Please don't forget to support HENB by donating on our website at heritagebelize.org or via the link shown throughout the sessions. We hope you enjoyed the modern identity and issues and modern Maya pluralities themes in this morning's session. By the way, if you happen to have missed the past 2.5 days, please don't worry. The recorded streams are available on our Facebook page at Heritage Education Network Belize. And while you are on our page, please don't forget to hit that like and share button. It is greatly appreciated. All right, so we have one more segment for today before we wrap up these amazing 3 days. The following presentation is the first segment for this afternoon. We'll explore the cultural creative fields in education. How can we create more awareness, inclusion, and equity in the academic space? By keeping up with language, culture, heritage, and arts, of course. It is my pleasure to introduce our first presenter for today, Dr. Filiberto Penados, lead author and co-founder of SILA Belize, and a Maya scholar whose work focuses on education, indigenous studies, and sustainable development. Dr. Penados has a long history of engaged scholarship with indigenous and local communities in Belize. Dr. Penados has served as professor at the University of Manitoba, University of Toronto, and is currently engaged as research director at Galen University. This presentation is also co-authored by Linmara Rosado Lino, Galen University, Joy Lee Shin, Delmer Zib, University of Belize, and Gwen Nunes Gonzalez, also from the University of Belize. It is with pleasure that I introduce the following presentation.
Good day. My name is Filiberto Penados, and I'm happy to be presenting along with Linmara Rosado the preliminary results of a study that seeks to understand the participation of indigenous peoples in higher education and the factors that affect that participation. This is a study that has been conducted with colleagues from the University of Belize, and it's a regional project. I want to start by a few of the starting points. One, higher education is valued both as a rich cultural and scientific asset for personal development as well as economic, technological, and social change. Higher education, equity and diversity in higher education is a global goal, as can be seen from the Sustainable Development Goals. Globally, however, low socioeconomic sectors and regionalized others are disfavored even as mass education has increased. This perpetuates social inequalities and produces epistemic impoverishment. In the context of the region and in Belize, we really don't have a clear understanding of indigenous people's participation, and that's precisely what this project sought to address. It sought to analyze the nature of indigenous participation and the differentiated intersectional barriers and conditions that hinder or help foster their participation. The project was funded by the International Development Research Center, and it's led by CSS Mexico at the region and by Galen University in the context of Belize. So I wanted to share just a few notes on indigenous peoples in Belize. So indigenous peoples of Belize make up 15% of the population, and this is 4% Garifuna, 6.6% Quechua, Mopan 4%, and Yucatec 0.5%. Indigenous peoples are mostly rural, as you can see on the map to the right. And they report high incidences of poverty, both in income measures as well as multidimensional poverty index. So as you can see in the case of the Maya, 77% in income measures and 60.2% in multidimensional indices of poverty. In terms of higher education in Belize, we are talking about anything above an associate's degree. Now, the system includes 11 junior colleges and 4 universities. These are concentrated in urban centers in central and northern Belize. You should note that there's only one of these centers in Toledo, which has the highest concentration of indigenous peoples. The map to the right shows you kind of where centers are located. The other important thing to know about higher education is that there has been a decline in expenditure in higher education, even as population has been increasing. So 14%, for example, in 2011 to 8.6% in 2021. What do we know in terms of participation? the census conducted by SIB observes over the last 20 or so years, 30 years, that there has been an increase in higher education attainment, so people with a higher education degree, from 1991, 3.58 to 14.4 kind of at the national level. Among indigenous peoples, the Garifuna people have consistently been performing above the national average. The Kekchi people have been extremely underrepresented, and the Maya people in general are below national average.
Okay, in terms of methodology. So the University of Belize, being the largest university and being one of the few that collects data on ethnicity, was used as a representative measure. Both secondary and primary data was collected from UB, and secondary data was collected in the form of anonymous student records recording indigenous participation from 2000 to 2024. Digital surveys and focus groups were also conducted at various higher institutions, including the University of Belize, and the Statistical Institute of Belize labor surveys and census data was all used. Overall, all of these methods were used to paint a picture of indigenous participation in higher education. Notably, there is currently no national system to effectively track higher education by ethnicity. Not all higher education institutions collect data on ethnicity, and the Tertiary Education Management Information System, which collects information from all tertiary education institutions, does not currently gather data on ethnicity. Where information is gathered, categories are inconsistent. So, for example, the Statistical Institute of Belize conflates all three Maya categories into one overall Maya category. And the University of Belize, while it identifies a Keti category, it conflates the Mopan and the Yucatec group as one, and that is labeled as the Maya. So that was our first finding. Then we looked at enrollment at the University of Belize. And when we look at enrollment at the University of Belize, at a glance, we see that there has been growth from 2000 to 2024. But we wanted to explore this further. And so we found that there are four significant periods of change. The first is 2000 to 2010, where we see notably growth across the board for the Maya group. Here we had to use one category for Maya for all groups, and then we had a Garifuna category. And so we see growth overall for indigenous groups, and we see for non-indigenous groups as well. Now, after 2010, we see a strong decline, in particular for the Garifuna group, and they do not recover from this. Then we see some changes from 2014 approximately to 2019. Specifically, we looked at the period 2016 to 2019, where we see an upward trend. This is particularly true for the Maya group, all the way up to COVID. So 2020, 2019, 2020, and then we see a dip. And we see a dip for the non-indigenous group as well. But interestingly, from 2020 to 2021, we see an increase for the Garifuna group. Now, notably, post-2021, we see a very sharp decline once again, and there is no recovery, to date, from this. Now, what we noted in terms of the gender here is that males were most affected by this decline post-COVID. So it was statistically significant for males, this decline, and that is something to note. Now, across the board, we note that female participation tends to be better than male participation. So the solid lines here are female and the broken lines here are male. And you can see that within the Maya group in particular, we see some greater participation for females than males. However, the significance of this difference, it's not very large. And then the males here are affected post-COVID for the Garifuna group. Now, we note that there is a closing of the enrollment gap between indigenous and non-indigenous groups currently at this point, and this is largely due to the Garifuna group declining, participation declining. And then for the K'chi, there is enrollment that is increasing, and there's also decrease for the Mopan Yucatec group labeled as Maya. But the K'chi group is notably increasing, and we noted this specifically from 2016 onwards, that there has been an increase in female participation. However, I want to note that while we see these visually, the K'chi growth is still not statistically significant. Now, moving on to graduation rates. So notably, in the early 2010s, indigenous students had significantly higher graduation rates than their non-indigenous peers. And once again, this is largely due to the Garifuna students and Garifuna participation. However, by 2021 to 2023, this disadvantage disappears. And like I said, we have a sharp dip in overall Garifuna participation. Now, Maya students saw a marginal decline, and they kept enrolling at steady rates, but have a lower graduation rate compared to other groups. And overall, once again, the females significantly outperform males across all ethnicities, and we noted this throughout all of our analyses. Now, when we looked at graduation, we also attempted to look at dropping out, termination, administrative termination, and notably, administrative termination, that is the university's removal of a student from the system following non-attendance over an academic year, and that's 2 semesters, remains the most common outcome for both non-indigenous and indigenous groups. So nearly 40% of students are not completing their program. Notably, this includes students who might have never shown up at the university after being accepted. Now, moving on to the survey results. So here we looked at the University of Belize, Galen University, and other junior colleges that participated. And we found that approximately 40.8% live away from home to attend university, and a significant amount of them originate from rural communities. Among the students living away from home, the most common challenge identified was financial strain, followed by feeling isolated or disconnected, and homesickness. There were also other psychosocial challenges, such as difficulty adjusting to urban life, culture shock, difficulty maintaining cultural practices, and an overall lack of emotional support from family and friends. Now, the challenges identified by enrolled students were once again reflected by those who considered dropping out. So 37.8% had considered dropping out, with the top reasons for this consideration being financial strain, health and stress, family responsibilities, and work responsibilities. Now, we also noted that family obligations further compounded these stressors, with 40.8% of students spending a significant amount of time on household chores, and 33.7% providing childcare or some of financial support, either being the main financial provider in the home or financially contributing in some other manner.
So what are some of the key findings? 1, there's an absence of a coherent national tracking system and uneven data quality. 2, there's an absence of disaggregation, which hides important differences because each group faces different challenges. 3, We notice that enrollment has grown over the years, but the rate of growth has varied over time and has slowed down. 4, participation has been uneven. Females are doing better than males. Garifuna people are doing best, but their achievement is threatened by males lagging behind. The Kekchi are doing the worst. 5, there's uneven attainment as reflected by graduation rates. Indigenous people's graduation rates have declined. Non-Indigenous people graduation rates have moderately improved. The Garifuna again do the best, and the Kekchi on the opposite side, they are doing the worst. Again, females seem to do better than males in terms of graduation rates. The key challenges for Indigenous peoples attending university seem to be financial and psychosocial. So what are some of the conclusions that we can draw from this? Well, we can conclude that Indigenous peoples are participating differently in higher education. As pointed out already, the Garifuna people have generally outperformed everyone, but they are at risk of losing that advantage, particularly for males, which means that whatever policies are designed have to respond to this reality. B, the Kekchi have the lowest higher education participation, which is likely related to the fact that they're among the poorest and farthest away from opportunities for higher education. They're likely to be among those affected by financial and psychosocial challenges, given that they're the most rural. Overall, this means that they are not accessing a resource that could potentially contribute to overcoming poverty. 2, without interventions, these trends may persist. And this is something that's concerning given state investment in higher education has been declining. 3, without tracking, there's an inability to develop effective policies and interventions both at the national and institutional levels. Thank you.
We once again take this opportunity to thank Dr. Penados, Linmar Rosadolino, Joy Lee Shi, Delmer Zib, and Gwen Nunes for their continuous work in the field. Up next, we have Mr. Norberto Quetzal and his team. Mr. Quetzal is an educator and community project leader dedicated to safeguarding Belize's intangible and cultural identity. He's a volunteer and member of the Belize Jaguar Project, a collaboration with Virginia Tech, and serves as a mentor for the Youth Ambassadors Culture Exchange Program in the United States through World Learning, the U.S. Department of State, and the Love Foundation. In 2001, he was recognized as a Youth in the Spotlight by the U.S. Embassy for his contributions. In 2003, he co-authored and launched an archaeology program aligned with Belize's curriculum. He is currently pursuing a degree in science at Galen University. Co-authors Dr. Eleanor King, Dr. Daniel Baer Calegos, and Alana Penningley. We continue on with their presentation.
My name is Norberto Quetzal, and I'm a teacher at Linda Vista School from Blue Creek, Orange Walk, right here in Belize. It's such a privilege to be part of the Kulcha Symposium. Today, I am honored to share something that's very close to my heart, our outreach program called Routes to Roots, teaching the K-12 curriculum through archaeology. This is a collaboration with Dr. Eleanor King from Howard University, Dr. Daniel Baer Gallegos from the University of Puerto Rico, Mayagüez, and Alana Penningley. Working alongside them has opened doors for students because it has allowed them to learn in ways that goes far beyond the classroom. And one of those moments that truly captures what this project is about happened at La Milpa archaeological site. As we walk among the ancient plaza, one of my students paused, looked around and asked, "Sir, are we walking where Maya once walked?" That was the spark. That moment we knew students were connecting with history in a living, personal way. Talking about the spark, one of my favorite parts of this program is watching students experience something completely new. When they first arrived at La Milpa, they thought it was just another field trip until they step onto the Maya Plaza. Then everything changes. Well, we saw it on their face. That mix of curiosity and amazement as they realize they're standing on the same place where the Maya once lived, built, and learned. And that is what inspired this quote you see here. When students step onto the Maya Plaza, history becomes a living map. Archaeology has this incredible power to connect classroom to living heritage. It gives students a sense of place, identity, and creativity while building teamwork and pride. They're not just learning about history anymore, they're being part of it. It lets them experience things in ways no textbook alone can ever provide. The journey began with a vision in 2020. The vision was to bridge archaeology and education so that students can learn about heritage, not only through reading, but through experience. 2020, we got a grant from the National Science Foundation. But the first time students were able to go to the archaeological site was in 2023. We started small with just 2 schools, Linda Vista School from the Blue Creek community and St. Michael Arzu School from San Felipe Village. To keep everything aligned with the education system, I developed a guideline from the national curriculum. I selected those learning outcomes from the upper grade and high school that allow me to work together with Dr. Marisol Cortez Rincon and Ross Donahue. They transformed those ideas into lesson plans. They created activities that were hands-on, fun, and easy for teachers to continue using back in the classroom. In 2024, we were able to bring another school added to the first ones we had, and this was the Belize High School of Agriculture. There were changes, and there was an addition of the soil lessons now. In 2025, with the help of the Wenward Grant Foundation, we were able to bring more students. What began as a small outreach has now grown into including so many students and teachers. When students are able to connect to heritage and they can own what they're doing, we understand that students are able to create many things and they can understand more than when they are not actively doing things. When we arrive at La Milpa, you can feel the shift. From the chattering in the bus to curiosity, the students look outside the window and see nothing but tall green trees. The deeper we go inside the jungle, the more they realize they're leaving the modern world behind and stepping into history. They're understanding right away, this isn't just another school trip that they're going to. They're about to walk through a place that tells Belize's story long before textbooks ever did. We start today with a short orientation in the plaza area, and then the students rotate in a series of learning stations, each one connecting the national curriculum to heritage and discovery. At the first station, Dr. Eleanor King gathers the students under some shade, tall trees, beautiful location, and she shows them how archaeologists read the land. What looks like an ordinary hill could be the remains of a temple or a structure or a plaza. A few steps away from that, they get introduced to the stela. Now, this is very important because this explains how the Maya carved their history into stones. Students take notes and they also write things that they're very important about what is being told and talk about what the writings mean, the art, the communication, and the storytelling. Now, this storytelling is very important because similar to how the stela has information and they could say stories, students will also be saying stories as they finish the day. But then after the introduction of the stela, students move on to the pace and compass. As you can see in the slide, you have Wadner Molina from the University of Puerto Rico. He is guiding students with the pace and compass mapping. Students count their steps, measure distance, and mark directions. Suddenly, math and geometry turn into an adventure. Who thought about that? This is amazing how students enjoy math. Even students we had before, they would say, we don't like math. But then months after, teachers would tell us, you know, the student that said she didn't like math, she says she did enjoy that activity, which is something great to hear. If we move on to the next one, we can see nearby Dr. Eric Call from the Belize High School of Agriculture. He's along with students from the University of Puerto Rico, Mayagüez, they're checking data and comparing results. That teamwork builds confidence. Belizean students realizing they're doing the same kind of work as university researchers, and they're also connecting the information with the Maya. So interestingly, Mayas didn't have that technology, but they were able to do so much. If Mayas didn't have that technology, how did they come to do so much? Well, at another station, Maya from the Howard University teaches students how to use a GPS to record waypoints of ancient structures. Now, this is going to be very important for the story. I keep mentioning the story because that's going to happen, and that's one of the highlights of the program during the day. When the coordinates appear on the screen, you can see their amazement, like, wow, I'm entering something. I'm learning how to use a GPS. They're using modern technology to rediscover the ancient world, or the Mayas. Later, Dominic guides students in turning those experiences into stories. Some write as Mayan children, others write as builders or travelers. It's English and social studies connected now. Writing grounded in the heritage. So they're connecting everything. So students would also get stories from their grandparents and include that in their stories, which makes it even more interesting. By midday, we make our way to program for Belize Archaeological Project camp for lunch. After a lunch and some great experiences from students and laughter, students head to the writing section. So what happens? They start writing their stories. At this moment, they gather all of those ideas, they start sharing ideas. They become writers. Isn't that interesting how they move from math, social studies, now they're writing stories. And they gave us one of the best stories that we can ever hear. Again, we've had situations when teachers would call back and say, you know, that student didn't like writing stories, and he wrote an amazing story right now. I just heard his story and it's great. That is something that makes us happy to hear. So when the stories are shared, they move on to another station at the camp. They would head on to the laboratory. There they look at the microscopes. They get introduced to the microscopes. Some of them have never used one, some have. But we also get to see botanical remains that is used to examine, or that is used with archaeologists. They also see tiny traces of plants, and they tell stories about ancient diets and environments, what they used to do before, like in food. It's science now. So while using the microscope, they're now doing science, and it's fascinating to see how interested they are in the science field. Here, they're doing biology, chemistry, and archaeology. We can say this is more focused for the high school level, but it's also interesting to introduce students in the primary level to something like this. After the laboratory experience, students move on to the other station. The other station is set outside on the open area. We have a section where students are introduced to the soil formation and how factors affect soil. Then they would move on to identifying the type of soils using the Monzel color chart. They match the shades and record data. And this is all from the students from Puerto Rico, Mayagüez, led by Dr. Daniel Bear Gallegos. Here we have many of the villages that are close to agricultural land, and this is perfect because it allows them to understand how soil was very important for the Mayas, and it's also very important for us. This creates a very good connection with science and heritage, how they can learn things from the past and how they can understand how things work. What we've created isn't just a field trip, it's a bridge that connects education to heritage, turning the theory into lived experience. In social studies, students explore identity and heritage by walking where the Maya once walked. In mathematics, they apply measurement and data in real context. In history and geography, they locate, describe, and interpret archaeological sites. In science, They analyze soil and plant remains, connecting ancient life to today's ecosystem. And in English, they write stories and reflections that show not just knowledge, but also pride and a connection. The best part of this is how the subjects just connect. Learning no longer feels divided. It is one continuous experience of discovery, and because it is aligned with the Belize curriculum, because we use the learning outcomes, teachers can integrate this into their classroom. At the end of the sessions at the program, we do a survey where we get feedback from students. When students realize their own land holds lessons of science, math, and history, they start to see themselves different. They begin to say, this is part of my story. And that is a true impact. Learning that transforms knowledge into identity and identity into a purpose. At the end of the day, connections are made. Connection between the past and present, between teachers and students, knowledge and identity. None of this will be possible without the incredible collaboration behind the scenes. We're deeply thankful to the Belize Institute of Archaeology, the National Science Foundation, and the Wenner-Gren Foundation for believing in this vision and helping bring archaeology into education. A heartfelt thank you to the Program for Belize directors, Dr. Fred Valdez and Dr. Risa Trackman. Also to the Program for Belize Archaeological Project Rue Adams Research Facility and Laboratory, and also the staff that always welcomes the students with patience and passion. Special appreciation to Dr. Marisol Cortez Rincon from University and Ross Donahue from ESRI, creatively made the lesson plans from the learning outcomes of the curriculum. And of course, to our wonderful collaborators, Dr. Eleanor King, Dr. Daniel Bear Gallegos, and Alana Pengali. Thank you for your guidance, partnership, and shared dedication to making learning meaningful. But most of all, to the students and teachers, Linda Vista School, Blue Creek, St. Michael Arzu School from San Felipe Village, and the Belize High School of Agriculture. Thank you for your energy, your curiosity, and the pride you carry back to your communities. Thank you to Kulcha Symposium for allowing us to share this program. Routes to Roots is more than a project. It's a journey that connects learning to heritage and heritage to identity. It shows that education can go from beneath the soil, that our history, our culture, and our people are the greatest classroom of all. Thank you.
And once again, thank you to you, Mr. Quetzal, as well, and for the team for the continuous work that you're doing in the field. I now like to introduce our next presenters, Drs. Joanne DeForbab and Dr. Sharon Fraser Burgess, in the topic Community Engaged Research Collaboration in the Caribbean. Dr. Joanne DeForbab is currently the Research Director at the University of Belize. Her research and published papers focus on the development of identity, being and becoming among various populations, such as secondary teachers, business leaders, and women priests, peer mentoring among women faculty, spirituality, intellectual poverty, practical experiences of learning to teach, and comparative collaboration as an emerging methodology. Her most recent co-edited book is the Bloomsbury Handbook of Caribbean and African Studies in Education. She's also a co-author on visual methodologies and methods for Caribbean research, enacting epistemic freedom due to be published in 2025. Co-authored by Sharon Fraser Burgess, PhD Professor Emerita of Social Foundations of Education, Multicultural Education at Ball State University. We welcome their presentation.
Good morning, listeners and viewers. My name is Dr. Joanne DeForbab, and I'm here with my colleague, Dr. Sharon Fraser Burgess, for our presentation entitled Community Engaged Research Collaboration in the Caribbean. In our paper, we hope to get to two particular points. We want to showcase our collaborative methodology that we undertook when we were producing as editors 2 texts on Caribbean scholarship. And through our presentation, we want to elucidate the ways that mentoring novice researchers in Belize, how we've mentored them into a culture of academic publishing. So I now turn over to Sharon to introduce herself.
Yes, good day. I am Dr. Sharon Fraser Burgess, and I'm so pleased to be with you today to talk about our exciting and generative research. All right, so the presentation will be telling the story of 2 works of scholarship that were produced by a particular collaborative methodology. The Bloomsbury Handbook of Caribbean and African Studies in Education is a text that was produced through the work of editors from across the Caribbean, and Joanne and I were the 2 sort of top editors. And the book deals with and dives into the story of Caribbean development and education systems in particular, and how they have navigated issues of identity and also in terms of the sustainability of those environments.
And this volume really allowed us to also collaborate with our partners in South Africa, in Nigeria, all over Africa. And it came out of the group of us were members of the Caribbean and African Studies in Education Special Interest Group, the SIG. We were on the executive, and to this day, Sharon, I could never understand why we did it, but the idea was floated, and it certainly was an idea for us to bring together academics from the Caribbean and Africa in one volume. The great part about this volume is that it allowed us to have 27 chapters, which brought together more than 50 authors in the Caribbean and in Africa working on this project. And I think that it was through this project that we really got the bug for working with especially a lot of novice authors. And we recognized, it was not just about telling people to go write a book or write their chapter, that there was a lot of processing that we had to do as editors through the volume. And while we were engaged in this process, Sharon and I came up with the bright idea of doing a second volume, again, along with same publisher, Bloomsbury. And this one focused on visual methodologies and methods for Caribbean research and acting epistemic freedom. And I think it was really this volume that made us realize that what we were doing in terms of the process of working with the authors was something that we should pay attention to. In this volume, we have 14 chapters, probably about just under 20 authors. Many of the authors are first-time authors, and 8 of the authors were based in Belize. So this is really a special volume in terms of contributions to Belize research. And that's why we are happy that we're presenting to this Belizean audience this work that is just about to be published.
And I wanted to add too that whereas the case handbook was centered in the disciplinary field of education, this handbook was multidisciplinary. This text was multidisciplinary in its focus. So, areas such as anthropology, geography, geographical information systems are all part of this amazing volume that draws on arts-based research as well.
Certainly, and we really centered visual methodologies because as qualitative researchers, we wanted to move beyond interviews and the observations that people tend to use. So this text really leaves a legacy of how we can use visual methodologies, and all of the examples, the Caribbean examples drawing from Trinidad, Belize, St. Eustatius, Grenada, and Puerto Rico. And so really this is a volume that is Caribbean in nature, but also Caribbean in terms of the authors, all of whom are of Caribbean descent, all of whom either live and work in the Caribbean or certainly engage in Caribbean research. We recognize that there was some value in how we were working along with the various authors in terms of moving them through this particular volume. And so we began to think about the methodology that we were using with these authors. We engage in the initial creation and call for papers. In fact, we called for abstracts first that we reviewed, and then the review of the abstract, which was probably 500 to 700 words, we then began our engagement with our authors. And so we moved them from this short abstract of 500 to 700 words to this full 5,000 word paper. And what we recognize is that, especially with our authors who were doing this for the very first time, that there was a process to get to success. Because one of the successes about this volume is that we managed to get it done in a year, which really was sticking to all the deadlines that the publishers presented us with, but also working with our authors to get there. So as we thought through our process, we thought about 4 sort of themes that ran through, and that's what we want to talk about today. The themes of coaxing, supporting, scaffolding, and celebrating. So Sharon, if you can talk about coaxing.
Yes, so we, as Joanne said, used a call for proposals to disseminate ideas about the text itself, and really important about the rationale for the text is that we were drawing on Nlove Gatsani's notion of epistemic freedom, which we disseminating from an African context and wanting to think about what would it mean to draw on this concept in Caribbean research. And so part of our coaxing was to share this construct with our writers whose proposals had been accepted, and to develop a shared understanding of what would it mean to truly elaborate on this concept and to move the project from an idea into a fully fledged, mature work. And so we worked individually with authors who had various levels of experience with producing research papers. And one particular author was a playwright and a poet, and an extremely brilliant woman who had not written what we would call traditionally a research format paper. And so the notion of epistemic freedom, however, really captured her imagination. And so we introduced her to certain methodologies like autoethnographies, and she did the work to understand that formula for imparting one's findings from a first-person perspective, and gradually coaxed her into seeing ways in which her work, which is arts-based, could fit within the framework of an autoethnography. And what we have is a beautiful combination of her poetry and her work as a playwright and filmmaker coming through the structure of an autoethnographic lens. And so there is both this order, which we will recognize as researchers, but then there is this piece of this person's experience from the Belize tradition being illuminated through this very organized way that really allows the reader to go with her. And so that's the essence of coaxing, is holding someone's hands figuratively at their space of lack of confidence, and then journeying to the space where they can feel free to produce the work that's rigorous in the end.
In terms of the support was important. And Sharon always says that I am the one who sends all the emails. But we made sure that we kept our authors updated at every single month. They got an update of as to what was happening once something was happening, if the papers were coming in, if what Bloomsbury had said. And so that was really very important, because many times as authors we are left out in the cold. We have no idea of what's happening with the work, and the responses that we got all the time from them was very encouraging, that they were happy to be informed. And of course, through this process, we were able to build this family of researchers. And so the support is about building this collective, not just an individual, so that we have this sort of collaborative Caribbean aesthetic while being productive.
Yes, so scaffolding, which we kind of touch on a bit in talking about coaxing, but I would want to reference an even broader sense of scaffolding, not just a matter of method, but in the body of work on which we're drawing. So we, as this slide states, we are building writing skills, absolutely, but we're also reaching back within the Caribbean context to ask our authors, as we did too, again, think about their work in the context of the historical trajectory of the African and Caribbean diaspora. And so I would want to say that there's hardly a product of Caribbean research that does not engage in the scaffolding to do substantive work. Because of the nature of the people that we are, we cannot understand ourselves apart from where we were, where we are, and where we imagine ourselves being. And it is this constant reformation that adds this vibrance to Caribbean life, broadly speaking. So the scaffolding of the work within this idea of epistemic freedom, Sabelo Nlovo Gastani, his construct that was evolved within the African context, the Continental Congress, is elaborated on within the Caribbean context. What does it mean for us to conceptualize epistemic freedom? From what do we need to be liberated, and what does it mean to declare that we're truth bearers? And so the scaffolding that we undertook was very much this notion of imagine your field or your research within the truth bearing sense of dissemination, and visual methodologies being the vehicle for doing that.
And then the last phase for us, it's really this celebration, a celebration of the work that we have done. We now have 2 collective volumes, and we did it. They're in publication, hard copies in hand. We have launched and will continue to launch and have presentations on the various aspects of the book, whether it's the content, whether it's the processes we are doing today. We encourage people to review the 2 texts and get the work out there. And in that way, others are also celebrating our work. And we look forward to future opportunities. I mean, we're already onto a 3rd book using the same kind of process. And so what have we learned, Sharon, from this whole experience? What have you learned?
I have to say that when I began the journey as a part of the CASE-SIG for American Educational Research Association, I did not imagine a book coming out of that effort. And when I was approached by Bloomsbury to sort of propose the idea, I was very reluctant. And I remember very vividly, sharing with the CASE executive body this notion that Bloomsbury wanted to do this text with us, and sort of expecting them to say, oh no, it's too much work, we're not going to do it. But from the very beginning, everyone was so excited about going on this journey and going on this journey together. And it is for that reason that we were able to finish the book within 2 years. I mean, that was a feat that I have since learned was incredible. Bring together this number of authors from this many parts of the world to complete the work in an on-time basis was quite an achievement. And that is due to all the co-editors and the way that they shepherded their subsections of the book to make sure it was of the highest quality. And we're still in touch with each other, and there is a sense of connection that is substantive and rich. So often when we finish these works, we move on to the next thing. But because of the context in which this work was done, the casebook, there is a sense that we really shared our lives and we care about each other. For the moment that we were together, we very much connected as human beings. And so that's what I take from it. It was a precious time of scholarly and human connection that contributed to my life as a scholar and as a person, and lastly, as a woman of Caribbean descent.
One thing I want to mention is the ethics, probably the ethics around the production of the book. If you can speak to that, because I know you have worked on other kinds of projects, and
Yes.
the ethics and how people, approach things differently, and why for us this is a unique Caribbean methodology.
Right, yes. So thank you, Joanne. So because we have a certain Caribbean ethos, right, about validating each other's humanity, we can take it for granted that, people will be treating us well and we will treat each other well. But I would say that it is important to concretize this ethos in ways that very specifically communicate to authors our sense of our responsibility to act in ethical ways in terms of their intellectual property. Even though as editors, we are the ones who are contacted by the publishers, and we are, in a sense, held responsible for the totality of the work. We can never forget that that work would not be possible without the discrete contributions of each author. And each author gives you their precious work, and they, of course, will cite the work, but then how it gets promoted, how it gets, presented is partly or heavily the responsibility of the co-editors. And so we really prioritize, how much this trust means to us and how much we are held responsible to that trust, and would do everything we can to ensure that we are acting in a way that's consistent with that. So that means, just as Joanne was saying, constant communication, even after the book is published, as developments happen, staying in touch with the authors to let them know they're very much on our minds, and whatever is developing with the book, they will benefit as much as we will benefit. And so we want to be a way of adding trust value to the experience as they look back on it. That it was one that contributed to their reputation, and they felt like they were treated well as authors.
Yes, and I just want to close by really focusing, because we're presenting within a Belizean conference, and I really want to signal why this work is important in terms of building a Belizean research culture. In my job as a research director here at the National University of Belize, I have the responsibility of building, coordinating, facilitating the research culture among faculty and staff and graduate students. But this book provided an opportunity to build that capacity beyond UB. So there are a couple of UB people who are involved, but there are other people who have come from our pool of stakeholders. And going forward, we will have a launch of the text. We will celebrate our Belizean authors. But this work is really critical because it will continue to grow. It will continue to contribute to the literature by Caribbean scholars who are engaged in qualitative research. And this sort of collaboration will be there, and there will be a Belizean presence in that text going forward. So I am super excited. Watch this space, and we will certainly look forward to the launch. I wish to thank the culture organizers for our opportunity to present. Thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, thank you as well to Dr. Joanne DeFore Bob and Dr. Sharon Fraser Burgess. I take the pleasure in introducing Ms. Lupita Blanco next with the topic Bilingual Education, Preserving Identity, Promoting Opportunity. Ms. Lupita Blanco, the daughter of two educators, began her educational journey determined not to follow in her parents' footsteps. However, after spending a year in the classroom, she discovered a deep passion for learning, a passion that has guided her through 15 years in the profession. She especially enjoys working with younger students with a strong focus on literacy development. Lupita holds a bachelor's degree in literacy and two master's degrees, one in education and another in literacy. She is currently pursuing a PhD in education at UISIL. Welcome, Ms. Lupita. You can go ahead.
The use of home language in the Belizean classroom. First of all, let's look at what language is and what role it plays in our society. For one, it is an important aspect of our identity. It is a reflection of who we are, where we come from, and who we identify as. Each geographical area and cultural group in our country has unique linguistic characteristics. Language is a tool that is used to pass on heritage, traditional stories, and cultural practices, from religious beliefs to delicious recipes for tamales, hudut, and rice and beans. Through language, our heritage and culture is kept alive. Language also facilitates learning both inside and outside the classroom. We learn to speak, listen, read, and write in our language. This is how we pass on academic and social knowledge. Language helps us to understand the world around us and allows us to understand complex situations and issues and come up with reasonable and strategic solutions to everyday challenges. Language opens academic, professional, and social doors and offers opportunities for us to travel and explore the world, even if virtually. When we meet others who speak the same language as us, we feel camaraderie. We can share stories and jokes and bond over our shared experiences. So what happens when a child speaks one language at home, but then comes to school and enters preschool or infant one and encounters a totally new and foreign language? The truth is that this has been the reality for many students in our Belizean classrooms. You see, each of our ethnic and cultural groups is an integral, essential, and unique thread that when woven together creates the vibrant tapestry that is our country. Each of those individuals have their customs and language that are oftentimes not taken into consideration by the monolingual education system. In some instances, as is the case of the Yucatec Mayan language in the north, indigenous languages can become endangered and be on the verge of dying. Aside from bringing about the critical state of the indigenous languages in Belize today, ignoring a child's mother tongue or home language can have other adverse effects on their education and emotional well-being. For one, students will need to overcome educational barriers before they are even introduced to formal education. Students may face many literacy challenges that may lead to lower academic achievement and higher absenteeism and dropout rates. Students who have the capability of excelling in academic settings might be left behind, not because they do not possess the necessary skills to be competent in school, but because their linguistic needs are not being catered to. Students who struggle to communicate might feel left out or undervalued in the classroom. They might be made fun of for where they come from or for simply having a stronger accent. This can create feelings of isolation and a sense of inferiority in these students. They might also develop animosity towards their mother tongue or home language, believing that speaking only English is more advantageous. This can lead to cultural erasure and contribute to cultural assimilation, forcing students to become a part of the homogeneous status quo in order to fit in. This would then cause cultural erosion over time. This can also lead to the weakening of generational bonds, since home languages are often the primary language children use to communicate with parents, grandparents, and extended family. However, if the education system disregards these languages in the classroom, children may lose fluency, which may in turn weaken family relationships. Consequently, there may be a disruption in the transmission of cultural values, stories, and heritage. When schools dismiss home languages, they also weaken the cultural presence of entire communities. Over generations, this can erode cultural continuity, reducing the diversity that enriches society and can lead to language loss, as we have seen in some areas in Belize, like in the northern districts where the presence of the Yucatec Mayan language has been diminished. Bilingual education opens many doors for students, from developing cognitive skills and acquiring new languages, pursuing higher education in international universities, to becoming an asset in the global workforce. Ignoring bilingualism and its benefits will result in missed opportunities. So, how can we bridge the gap between home language and language of instruction? The truth is that there is no easy fix, no overnight magical pill that will make this happen. However, there are strategic, long-term solutions that can be put in place to alleviate this challenge. We can adapt a bilingual education system and curriculum, with each geographical area having autonomy to customize the curriculum to meet their unique linguistic needs. Bilingual education and the use of mother tongue and home languages in the classroom is something that global organizations like UNESCO have been promoting for years now. This system is designed to foster bilingualism and biliteracy with high proficiency levels in both languages. It integrates content instruction and language development, ensuring that students achieve a high level of literacy, cognitive flexibility, and cultural competence. The system is built on several foundational principles, including balanced language allocation, academic rigor in both languages, cultural inclusivity and equity, and sequential and cumulative instruction. Let us now take a look at what research says about bilingual education and how it can be adapted to fit the needs of our classrooms. In our Belizean context, the theory of Common Underlying Proficiency, or CUP, can be especially useful for us English as a second language learners who often grow up navigating multiple languages such as Creole, Spanish, and English. CUP suggests that skills and knowledge we gain in our first language can be transferred to learning an additional language. For Belizean students, this means that literacy skills like reading comprehension, critical thinking, and vocabulary developed in Creole or Spanish can support their progress in English. Likewise, the linguistic interdependence hypothesis speaks of how proficiency in a learner's first language can support the development of English as a second language. Since many Belizean students enter schools speaking their home languages, their ability to read, write, and think critically in these languages provides a strong base for acquiring similar skills in English. For example, if a student learns how to organize ideas in writing or decode text in Spanish, those skills can transfer to English with the right instructional support and strategies. This means that instead of discouraging home language use, educators in Belize can embrace and build on students' existing linguistic strengths to promote success in both language and overall academic achievement. The dual immersion education system would integrate content instruction and language development in both home language and language of instruction, ensuring that students achieve high levels of literacy, cognitive flexibility, and cultural competence. but we need a balanced language approach that promotes academic rigor in both languages while promoting cultural inclusivity and equity. For example, in the case of the Orange Walk and Corozal districts, where Spanish is a predominant home language, a dual language immersion education system can be implemented. This education system is an instructional approach that aims to develop proficiency in two languages, typically one's native language, which in this case would be Spanish, and a partner language such as English, which is our official language. This means that students can be instructed 50% of the time in Spanish and the other 50% of the time in English, at least for the primary school years. In a church-state school, like those under the Catholic Public Schools management, that can mean an Infant 1 teacher can teach math and language in English and teach other subjects like religion or spirituality, Belizean studies, and health education, just to name a few, in Spanish. This would foster bilingualism and biliteracy with high levels of proficiency in both languages. This would allow students to use the skills they already have in their linguistic repertoire to learn a new language. You see, students already have the language and comprehension skills they use to communicate in their home languages available to them. These skills only need to be honed so they can become fluent in their home language while acquiring a new language. But this needs to be done properly and strategically in a structured and research and evidence-based approach. Learning a new language for academic purposes, as we are expected to do in primary school from Infant 1, is often more difficult and takes longer than learning a language for social everyday interactions. This is because it requires mastering complex vocabulary used in academic settings, critical thinking skills, and formal structures beyond everyday communication. However, we need to be fully cognizant of all the challenges and implications that rolling out a bilingual education system entails. For one, we need clear policies and government support to ensure that our education system keeps living up to the educational standards we currently hold. Our curriculum also needs to be revamped so that we can include the different languages of our students. Each geographical area would need to be given autonomy so that they can personalize the curriculum to fit their needs. We also need to allocate funding and resources to be able to equip our schools with the necessary materials they will need, such as bilingual textbooks, bilingual visual aids, and bilingual workbooks. We also need to be able to give teachers the support that they will need. For one, the universities need to come on board so that the new teachers that are coming into the classroom get the proper training to be able to successfully implement this program. Teachers who are already in the classroom will need a lot of support and professional development so that we can get the pedagogy necessary to be able to do this without struggling and making it seem as if it's more work for us and causing burnout. Our teachers also need to be fully bilingual themselves and be able to be fluent in both English and the other language of instruction that will be adapted. This education system is not grounded only on language. There also needs to be strong community partnership so that the school can work with the community so that culture, customs, traditions, and not only academics is present in the classroom. A bilingual program in Belize needs to be grounded in equity to ensure that it is accessible to everyone, both in rural and urban schools. We must ensure that our indigenous speakers have this accessible to them so that we don't run the risk of widening the education and inequity gap. Lastly, there needs to be proper documentation, proper evaluation, and plans of actions developed to ensure that this program is sustainable. We must ensure that we have accountability and transparency to make sure that this program is something that is long-lasting. We need to stop seeing our home languages and mother tongues as barriers and see them as tools to preserve our heritage and to make connections to the wider globalized world. I firmly believe that it is time for Belize to take full autonomy of our education system and build a robust curriculum that takes into consideration our cultural realities and that of our children into account and provides accessible, relevant, and equitable education for all.
Tu sangre viene de lejos para juntarse a la sangre mía. Yada fui feliz, yada fui feliz, yada fui feliz, feliz se vencerá. Yada fui feliz, yada fui feliz, yada fui feliz, feliz se vencerá. Yada fui feliz, yada fui feliz, yada fui feliz, feliz se vencerá.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lupita Blanco. We now want to proceed with Cultural Border Crossing, Reconciliating Shared History. Dr. Denai Fairweather holds a PhD in Applied Cultural Anthropology from the University of South Florida, specializing in education and educational systems. She also holds a Master's of Education in Reading Education and is a certified professional educator in Florida. Currently a lecturer at John Jay College, Hillsborough College, and Galen University, she has over 15 years of experience in primary and secondary education. Her research focuses on educational experiences among male adolescents in the African diaspora across Belize, Brazil, and the US. Dr. Fairweather is the founder of ESE Consulting, LLC, which promotes diversity, inclusive education, and social emotional learning through initiatives like Anthropology in Motion. She also serves as Secretary-Treasurer of the Association of Black Anthropologists. This presentation is also co-authored by Dr. Jason Vasir-Long, who is a writer, visual artist, and award-winning professor of English and African American Studies at the University of Missouri in St. Louis. An applied anthropologist, his work explores abolitionist pedagogy and Black epistemology through literature and art. His visual art has been featured at the Griot Museum of Black History and Culture and other institutions. And he is the author of Shrimp, a poetry collection examining identity in post-colonial contexts. A former poet in residence for Sapiens magazine, he is currently developing curricula for Black Genome Project, supported by Washington University and Yale University. We welcome the presentation.
So hello, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Jason Vassar-Elong, and my colleague, Dr. Denai Y. Fairweather, and I are here to present an update on our global and digital prototype, Cultural Border Crossing, Reconciling Shared History.
We want all learners in the African diaspora to not only have access to this content, but also to connect in an epistemological way. In other words, we want to ensure that learners understand how we learn about each other and the implications of that learning. To that end, we intend to challenge white supremacist ideologies about members of the African diaspora. In the Anthropology of White Supremacy, the authors define white supremacy as a system that establishes classifications of people based on phenotypical and behavioral characteristics. This hierarchy places whiteness at the top, the most powerful and civilized, while everyone else is othered. We argue that white supremacy continues to be affirmed, especially within the educational system, and by those who identify with and internalize the elements of structural whiteness, thus contributing to the epistemological dissonance present within the African diaspora.
Access to our research is important in order for our intended audience to understand its implications for how we interface with one another in society. We want to ensure that members of the African diaspora have access to this curriculum, which includes translations into indigenous African languages and colonial languages of all curricular components. The aim is to challenge preconceived notions about members of the African diaspora to, in effect, decolonize, at least from a cognitive perspective. We will consult with our networks for those translations.
For this presentation, we would like to provide an update to our research into building a cultural border-crossing global digital curriculum. In our last presentation at the Culture Symposium 2024, we described the theoretical framework, rationale, and background information for our CBC curriculum. And here, we will share our new theoretical framework, provide an overview on themes that have emerged from the data collection. We will end with a call to action to get you, our viewers, involved.
So the idea for this course was birthed from a kernel of curiosity. I wonder how or if members of the African diaspora learn about each other and their experiences with colonialism. With respect to our shared trauma tied to the transatlantic slave trade, or what's known as the transatlantic slave trade, our experiences within that history are varied on one group to group or individual levels. For example, while our shared history is a common thread, no two people of the African diaspora have the same experiences day to day. So we decided to learn more about each other and in so doing, about ourselves. Thus, the creation of our course, Across the Water, which is a working title right now.
Our theoretical framework is multidimensional. In the first place, we utilize Frantz Fanon's decolonization theory, which analyzes how the identities of members of the African diaspora are shaped, or in some cases, deformed. Switching to Walter Rodney's dependency theory, which is fitting a Eurocentric model, it held that all societies progress through similar stages of development.
So Fanon's Africana phenomenology explores the lived experiences of those within the African diaspora and abroad from the continent of Africa. And Rodney's examines the context in which those lived experiences occur. So anthropology and Black liberation is an anthropological abolitionist approach to working within, against, and beyond the state of in service of collective liberation.
What we found as common ground among both of these theorists is that as a global Black community, we must first be committed to building new self-defined social and political structures. We must prioritize teaching individuals how to advocate for change within an unjust system, and we must disrupt the system in an effort to liberate Black people to manifest their own destinies as they are forced to live in disparate parts of the world, of the Western world, and beyond.
So our Cultural Border Crossing curriculum, or CBC curriculum, will help our targeted demographic of learners, those Black adults between the ages of 17 to 24. These are the ages for those who are classified as traditional college-age students. Our courses will be initially developed for the academy, but will be reworked for community settings as well, to meet the needs of those students who cannot afford college or who chose a different path to further their education.
Our course will be anthropological, but we'll also use literature, for example, novels, poems, essays, and will be proctored using PowerPoint, Google Slides, Google Classroom, Prezi, and we'll also utilize links to videos, visual arts, and other modes of learning.
So part of our methodology to gather our data was the cultivation of a questionnaire. Our research questions guided conversations among members of the African diaspora as we discussed our histories and lived experiences related to chattel slavery in the Americas and colonization in Africa. Our research questions also challenged institutions of higher learning to include curricula like ours that provide nuance.
As we gather data to develop our course, we have the following learning outcomes. The first is to articulate how cultural and historical dissonance manifests in the social reality of participants. We are also concerned with how students are able to utilize appropriate anthropological methods and design and conduct digital research projects that address community-based issues. And we assume that through arts-based learning, we will collaborate effectively to develop research projects that promote cultural sustainability, which is an important competency and skill. We also want to teach how to apply theoretical frameworks in professional and social settings.
So as you can see here, our pedagogical approach is a cycle of information. To gather our data, we have organized focus groups to generate ideas, which will help us develop our learning outcomes. To understand the epistemological skill sets among participants, in effect, how they learn and are continuing to learn about the African diaspora, and will tailor our coursework to fit those modalities of learning. Generate activities for the classroom that generate a nuanced perspective of lived experiences. Use case studies to develop real-world scenarios or lived experiences. Develop a syllabus, of course, and generate arts-based, problem-based, and digital competencies for continued use for adult learners.
And speaking of our data, our questionnaire asked the following of our participants. We asked 5 specific questions within our questionnaire. And as you can see, most of them are concerning the African diaspora.
So if you can see on our graph here that Denise put together, it's a beautiful graph that shows where some of our data is coming from. So far, our data reflects learning experiences from the following places. We use SurveyMonkey and Google Forms to collect data. On SurveyMonkey, we had 7 informants, and on Google Forms, we had 4, for a total right now of 12 informants, but that number will continue to grow. So far, we have 2 from Zimbabwe, we have 1 from Cameroon, 1 from South America, 1 from the Bahamas, 1 from Canada, and 1 from Belize, and then we had 5 informants from the United States. So the following data is a cursory overview of what our data suggests. So far, our respondents define the African diaspora as the following. They all agree that the African diaspora is connected through lineage and by descent, while some emphasize African descendants living in different lands but still controlled and governed by European influence. This, of course, raises important questions for the survey course to overall research. And Dr. Fairweather and I will continue to explore this theme a lot more as we continue.
For instance, one of our participants put, to me, quote, to me, the African diaspora represents all people who can trace their ancestry back to the continent of Africa. The diaspora is not a physical place, but the shared historical and cultural connection of Black people everywhere. Now, after reading this, Dr. Jason and I, we quickly understood we were speaking to individuals who can offer rich information. The connecting thread resonated well as our research aims to do just that, to connect the people of the African diaspora through scholarship, art, and discourse. Our respondents learned the following about the African diaspora. This was our second question. As is evident, there is much work to be done, as you can see from some of the data that we were able to collect. Even with these few responses on the perspectives of the history of African countries, this is where we see the emphasis needs to be. Some mentioned that they needed to do outside research to learn more, while others said their education on the African diaspora was either limited or misinformed.
Our respondents wanted to learn the following about the African diaspora. These results demonstrate the passion and enthusiasm that we have for learning about each other and from each other. In the USA, for instance, the school system has children and youth believing that the history of Black people starts with slavery. Our respondents, full adults and professionals, noted that they are fascinated by the cultural parallels among and between the diaspora and would like to learn more about that.
As with any exchange, the following were a few takeaways regarding the state of the culture. One respondent suggested having an annual Diaspora Cultural Day globally to showcase and celebrate the richness of the diaspora. They believe that this could expose youth to the richness of the diaspora and stop some cultures within the diaspora from becoming extinct.
One response sparked a sense of urgency to develop our course, which excited both of us. The question asks, how would you describe the state of the culture among the African diaspora within your community? This participant responded, in the U.S., the African diaspora is fragmented with moments of unity. However, due to shifting understanding of Blackness and Africanness, there are often complications of who even gets counted as part of the diaspora. So many don't even want the connection that African diaspora cultures go unrecognized or are made invisible in everyday life. So while I see African culture every day, very few acknowledge it unless it is to bring attention to their own blackness, end quote. Again, this response speaks to the connectivity among members of the African diaspora. In large part, we affirm that to be seen is less about representation and more about providing voice, which is what our course aims to do. Rather than only use the voices of scholars in the field, we believe that it is imperative as practitioners to also include the voices of those whose experiences are equally important. So though our research is exciting right now and it will continue to be exciting, we have some limitations. Our research is ongoing, and while we only have data from 12 individuals, we are limited in terms of the scope of what the research is telling us. However, this does not infer that the data collected isn't important. To the contrary, our work, even in this beginning phase, affirms the importance of this research. So as we gain new insights into the lives of those within the African diaspora and develop this course, we will continue to contribute to the body of work that helps to build sustainable communities through scholarship and educational frameworks.
Thanks, Jason. We are always looking to learn from members of the global Black community and invite participants to take our survey. This is a QR code for our questionnaire. Our most recent efforts to present our data, where we encourage people to participate, was of course the Culture Symposium this year, but also the May 2025 Association of Black Anthropologists Conference in Dakar, Senegal. We also have the African Diaspora Council. This is the World Africa Day in St. Louis, Missouri. That took place on the 24th of March, thanks to Dr. Jason. And then we also have the upcoming November 2025 American Anthropological Association meeting in New Orleans this year.
So thank you for your time and attention.
Yes, thank you. And we look forward to any questions or comments you may have. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Fairweather, for that lovely presentation. I now invite our presenters to come to our panel for the question and answer segment. Please join me in welcoming this wonderful panel of researchers. Remember, viewers, you can drop your questions into the comment section on the live stream on Facebook or YouTube. You can find the live stream by searching for Heritage Education Network Belize. I do want to make one specific clarification and an apology clearly for Ms. Lupita Polanco, not Blanco. We do appreciate so much the effort that all of these panelists have been doing in advancing knowledge for us here in Belize. And so again, welcome to everybody. This is an opportunity again where we're creating an environment where we're sharing information, sharing knowledge, and we're coming to think about ways in which we can disrupt these set structures that unfortunately tend to box out education. And so we're going to have a little bit of a discussion in this section where we get to ask some questions to our panelists. And again, we are very appreciative of the time that this takes, not just in doing the research as well, but preparing the presentation and making education accessible to everybody. We all as educators, we know that knowledge is power. And I always think about it when the saying where you give a man a fish, you feed them for a day, but teach them how to do something, you feed them for life. And so I think that is what we're doing in creating environments where we're able to share all of this information. And I do want to start with a very general question to all of you, because after listening to all the presentations, which are very enriching, and focus on Belize, because that's one of the things that often tends to happen, where we need to develop that culture of research, that academic aspect for us here in Belize. I want to start with a general question for all of you to get your engagement and your opinion on a very simple question, right? What I've gathered from all the presentations is that we're trying to shift paradigms. We're trying to disrupt boxes that we have been placed in education, whether it's by including bilingual or including our home languages, or taking our kids out of the local or our four-wall classrooms. We're disrupting structures that in a way continue to box us and also continue to unfortunately promote a system of colonialism or perhaps even inequality. So I do want to start with that general question. How have you, or what would you recommend for educators or our general audience? How can we begin to disrupt that box that oftentimes, unfortunately, we have been placed in? So any takers?
Well, I think for me, good afternoon, everyone.
Good
The
afternoon.
presentations were amazing. I am so proud to be here with among so many scholars, and it was just amazing. For me, particularly because I work with younger children, I think that it is very important for us to have communication with the parents, because we need to teach and talk to the parents about why is it that it's important that they do stick to their home language at home, that they continue to raise their children with a strong identity for themselves. Because personally, when I was growing up, I identified as a mestizo, you know. But then thinking about it, I'm like, no, my culture, my ethnicity is more Yucatec Maya. And it pains me in a way when I see the Statistical Institute only has 0.5 Yucatec Mayans, when I know that we have more than that. But because our identity has been stripped from us, we don't identify as such. So I feel like the first thing we need to do is to teach. We need to teach ourselves, we need to teach our colleagues, and we need to teach our parents and our children so that they can foster that love for their identity.
And I think it's very important to have that emphasis on identity. One of the biggest things that I have noticed as well as an educator is that building identity builds confidence in our students and strengthens their learning as well, giving them that opportunity to be able to identify and find purpose, not just coming to school to simply, get a degree. And that follows up with another question too that we have, in particular for Mr. Quetzal. We have a question here from our audience asking, how can we begin to shift these traditional paradigms where it's believed that education has to occur in a classroom? Any tips for educators that, to get student engagement? And I think it's following along with what was shared earlier with Ms. Polanco, whereby we oftentimes are boxed, but our students, how can we get them engaged where they feel like learning occurs beyond that classroom? And I saw that in your presentations, you had a lot of images with taking the classroom outside of that traditional place. But the thing is now that we have a lot of our educators, unfortunately, that might not have the resources necessary. So how would you recommend, or any tips for these educators to be able to help the students see that learning goes beyond the classroom?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, I'm happy to have shared that presentation. My collaborator, Dr. Eleanor King, is also here. Well, to answer the question is that we need to understand that education does not happen in one way. Students learn different ways, and that's very important. Once we can identify how students learn, we can also identify ways that we can bring education to them. We can link them to different things that we have. As I mentioned in the presentation, our people, our culture outside is also great for students to learn. It's a bigger classroom. So if we say that the classroom is only inside the four walls, well, it's bigger than that. And any tips that we can find for educators or we can suggest would be to learn more, to identify different things that we can share with students, and also to be able to guide students, to be those mentors that will help students learn to love what they have in their country, especially with this topic of archaeology, heritage. We need to show that love. We need to teach them how to love, and that's very important. I would, yes,
if I
go
could
ahead.
add something. Sorry, if I could. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, and thank you, Norberto, for the presentation. If I can add something, I just retired from teaching at Howard University, which is a historically Black college and university in Washington, D.C. And I found there that we had people from all over the world. There was just a huge variety of students that mirror some of the things that you're seeing in Belize, and certainly from the presentation on Indigenous peoples in higher education and so forth. And people have, and Norberto's right, I mean, whether it's in primary school or in college, people have really different learning styles. And we have at Howard, because we have such a huge variety of students from every kind of background, we had to learn to figure out ways to convey that information that works for a lot of different people. So whether it's using language that people are comfortable with, or whether it's using other kinds of things, or letting them experience things a little bit at a time. One of the things, if you don't have the resources as a teacher to go out and if there's no nearby archaeology site where the archaeologists can help you out with this, one thing to do is to do hands-on lessons in the classrooms, where you have them, instead of like reading and writing out of books and so forth, you actually have them do activities that have them think through a problem the way, say, an archaeologist might, or the way somebody may be researching their origins in the Caribbean and in Africa might. All that kind of stuff. Anything hands-on is going to appeal to a completely different type of student than the student who's very comfortable with the sort of the usual formula in the classroom. In the United States, we have a lot of standardized tests, and it's a well-known fact that there are students who do well with standardized tests and students who do horribly, and they could be just as smart or even smarter. They just don't do those kinds of tests well. So that would just be what I would add to what Norberto was saying.
Yeah, and it's so true, because one of the biggest things, especially when we were having the conversation about language, we have been taught that English is a formal language. So when we think about English, we think about English as that formal type of education. I want to take a moment to share very briefly my experience. I grew up in a mestizo household. I am from Benquebeo del Carmen out west, and I know home Spanish, what we would refer to as kitchen Spanish. However, unfortunately, because of the education system, I've been taught to speak formal English, to follow formal English when it comes to formal education. What that has led to, unfortunately, is a sense of self-awareness with speaking Spanish in formal environments. And so, I ended up creating a way where I think in English and I have to translate to Spanish, which Spanish is my native tongue. It tends to create a disconnect between students and learning that unfortunately has affected success rates for our students. So that's one of the things too that, with the theme that, one of the emerging themes that came up from all conversations is that disrupting those systematic ways of doing things. And so because of timing, I do want to stick to the questions that have been sent in by our audience. And we did get this question sent in by WhatsApp message, and this is coming from Mr. Nigel in Calada. And the question is the question in particular is for Dr. Danae Fairweather and Dr. Jason. The question asked, again, open quote, great conceptual approach to understanding Blackness across the waters. How do you envision the eventual curriculum being useful and used in an applied way going forward? And this is coming from Mr. Nigel Encalada, and I repeat, how do you envision the eventual curriculum being useful and used in an applied way going forward?
You want to take this one, Danae? Or you want me to take it? We can jump in. Okay. Thank you for that question, and thank you for having us here. I believe part of that is to make the curriculum accessible for all learners. To your point, and this is related, in America, the type of English you speak also says a lot about you and gives you either access to opportunities or not. And so, if I speak, say, Black English in a job interview, I may not get that job. But if I speak proper English, I may get that job. So even here, to dismantle some of these notions of colonialism, we have to really be aware that and leverage the fact that all these Englishes are equally the same, or any language we use should be equally the same. And so with respect to our curriculum, is really going to be about making sure we do justice to using languages that people within the diaspora use, using kitchen languages or pidgin languages or formal languages. And that's going to take a lot of work, but I think that's work that is really needed in order to really be sure this is accessible for people. Another thing that I'm sure we can do is make it something that is in an online format and in an in-person format and in a community format, because some people didn't make it to college, but they still need this information. And so we want to find a way to get this information to people who may be in a community center somewhere. How do we translate this information to them as well? So I hope that answers your question. If not, then I'm able to drill down a little bit more.
Thank you very much. And like I mentioned, apologies in the effort of time, right? I do have a couple other questions that we are getting from our audience, and this is for Ms. Rosado. The question reads, how is primary and secondary education developing progress and solutions to include indigeneity in the classroom?
So one of the awesome things that this study is bringing to light is just the lack of data. There's the general lack of data that there is on Indigenous participation throughout the educational system. And so we focus, our research project focuses on higher education, of course. 6 forums, starting with 6 forums. So we did look at some of the data that included high schools and the spilling over. And what we noticed is that there is reporting of a lot of information in terms of where students come from, what district, gender information. We do have a wide variety of information in very interesting areas. However, we don't know about the Indigenous participation. We don't know, at least from the research that we were able to gather, the secondary data that we were able to gather, we don't know enough about how many Maya students do we have and how many specific Maya students do we have, how many Yucatec, how many Quechua, how many Mopan. We don't have those numbers. So when having these conversations now, since we're moving on to finalizing this research project, this is one of the things that's coming to light, and Ministry of Education has been so gracious, has been very interested in the work that we're doing, and we have been able to have conversations with them about the possible future, of course, waiting on our results. And so I think that this is definitely going to be a part of the conversation, that we just need to be able to gather that data. Let's start there. We're talking, we do want to disrupt, but we also need the Indigenous presence in the classroom in order to be able to do that. Because once we have those persons with those degrees, that Yucatec, that Mopan, that those Garifuna persons, those Quechua persons with those degrees, they can now bring back and marry those different perspectives, both their Indigenous perspectives, their Indigenous background, with whatever education, however westernized or colonialized, we can then decolonize it afterwards. But we need them there. We need those perspectives. And in addition to that, it is so valuable to have their presence in education throughout, because those who are not Indigenous can then gather that also perspective from just those basic interactions, those everyday interactions in your economics class, in your sociology class, in your English class, and have those conversations about language, indigeneity, identity, perspectives, ways of viewing the world, different ways of doing science and collecting data. That we maybe don't even think about. Just that even, I mean, we could go on, and I could certainly go on into the different forms of data collection and how you could collect data from an Indigenous perspective using Indigenous methods, and that's his own thing there. But in order for all of that to happen, we need the presence there. And we need a presence that adequately serves the needs of the Indigenous person. It's not just about having them in the classroom. We don't just need numbers. we need their presence, but we also need education that serves the needs of the community.
Yeah, and I think that's something very powerful that you just said, that serves the needs of the community. Oftentimes, in the effort of standardization and of course, lack of resources, we tend to want to fit everything into one box. And I have another question following up. In particular with research, and this is for Dr. Joyanne DeFore-Bob and Dr. Sharon Fraser Burgess, to talk a little bit about one of the things that I immediately caught with your presentation was coaxing, right? Having, again, our young population, or not just us, but having more of our Belizean population to be engaged in research, right? I remember, like I said, the first thing that I still can't forget from the presentation, coaxing, you said literally guiding someone, from their, like, holding their hands, and any tips. And I know that we have a lot of young viewers, and I know that in the comments we have been stressing that we wish that more people, the young population, tune in and are able to listen to this. So what would you recommend? How can we engage our youth in that culture of research driven? Because from today and all the information being shared, it's amazing to see what we can produce.
For sure. Thank you for that question. And I'll let Sharon go after I do. But I just wanted to say I actually spent the morning at our Central Farm campus doing just that, building that research culture. And part of building that research culture is about the collaboration. How do we break out of the box? We have to come together to have a deeper understanding of what we are doing as researchers. Sharing this morning, we had completed studies, proposed studies, people who were doing a different. We just need to have a bigger conversation around doing that research and engage everybody. I call it demystifying research, so that everybody recognizes once they're carrying out an investigation where in a systematic way that allows them to gain some more knowledge, that they are engaged in research. And the other part, you remember the cooks, and the other part is this scaffolding. So that's what we have done in this book. We have held their hands because we need to disseminate the research, and our book was a great way to disseminate the research. But we need to be there. We need to be present, and we're not hierarchical or judgmental. It's a process about becoming. And so that has been our experience. Sharon?
Mhm. Thank you, Joyanne. I would just add to that very apt statement that the students, the children, they're engaged in a process of data gathering constantly. And that process informs their judgment. The disconnect has happened because the existing frameworks of knowledge sort of assignment have been very limited to Western conceptions. And part of what we've done with the visual methods and methodology text is to show that there are actually broader ways in which we do data gathering, and we do it in a systematic way. So a big part of coaxing is connecting this sort of folk way of gathering data and building a knowledge system into the more quote unquote formalized way of thinking about a knowledge system and doing the checks and balances to ensure that evidence is actually being gathered in a consistent way. So we're giving back to people, giving back to the youth, a sense that they are sort of scientists in the making, and just acquiring the vocabulary to formalize that process is the next step.
Thank you very much. I do want to take an opportunity to highlight one of the comments that we have gotten. And I think these comments are very important to share because they're very impactful. And I have one from Santos Tesukum reading that teachers need to ensure that every lesson which they teach has a purpose. Depending, it doesn't matter what it is, whether that research driven, we want to make sure that There's a purpose, and this helps students to make connections to the real world. And again, that helps us not just to disrupt these structures, but as Ms. Rosado said, to have a seat at the table, to have that representation, and so I think that especially for a lot of educators right now listening to this, it's a moment of inspiration, a moment that gives you new ideas to adjust, a new way to move forward rather than the conventional way that education has unfortunately often been promoted, not having to just know how to speak in English or all of these things, but transcending or having education transcend a classroom, engaging in research, engaging our students to be driven by information, to make informed decisions. And so I think that this is a great opportunity that the symposium has created, this environment where we're able to share all of this. And I think that one of the biggest things that has been possible is the continuation of networking. I noticed that there were a lot of comments as well here on the chat that people wish that all of this information was available to everybody, and I think that is the first step. So we are very grateful for these opportunities and these environments these platforms where we're able to do that. So before we close off, I would like to see and ask if there's anything else that we would all want to share. This is a platform where I said, like I mentioned, we do have viewers, not just for us here in Belize, but again, internationally. And I think that we are able to end with a powerful statement or a powerful view. If anybody else would want to share something before we welcome the directors.
I just want to say thank you. I really enjoyed all of the presentations. I feel empowered myself to get back and do some more research and do some more writing. So thank you all for your collegiality. I really appreciate that.
And I also would like to say, can you hear me okay? Do I have an echo? You can? Okay. I also would like to say really quick and just remind you all, feel free to join our questionnaire because we would like to hold focus groups for the curriculum that we're developing. And we need everyone's input because the goal is to really show people how we've all internalized white supremacy and how that impacts how we look at the world and how we look at even approach education. And once we can figure that out, then the applied version of how we, part of this community, can really start applying new solutions to the problems that we see and experience every day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And there is one last thing I do want to mention before we welcome the directors. There is a question here, if there's any possibility for collaboration to happen between the panelists for cross-integration within their respective researches. And I do believe that we have already gathered that all panelists are more than welcome to be able to provide that support. So again, definitely, I think that one of the main things is to create a network where we can rely on, share that information, because we know that knowledge is power. And we want to empower and mobilize our, not just youth, but our entire population, not just for us here in Belize, but Caribbean and any place. And I think that is what is happening here. So once again, thank you so much. I now like to go ahead and welcome the directors to join us here now.
Hi everyone. If we haven't met yet, my name is Dr. Rebecca Ferdal-Wan. I'm one of the directors here at HENB. Wow, I can't believe we've made it to 5 years of Kulcha. When we first started this, I really was worried that we wouldn't get that much interest. But boy, was I wrong, and I'm really happy for that. The community you all have helped us to create has shown me that there's a passion for knowledge and dialogue about Belize's histories, cultures, and arts, those things that are often overlooked when it comes to funding or academic investment. We have been so honored to feature so many of your perspectives and work, and this year we are so grateful to have keynote perspectives from the two leading scholars in anthropology and history at Galen University and the University of Belize, Dr. John Walden and Mr. Delmer Tzib, respectively. Their hard work and passion for advancing Belize's social and cultural disciplines is evident in their words for us during our symposium. I could not help but feel inspired by the words of Mr. Tzib when he spoke of Paulo Freire's pedagogy of the oppressed. This same work has been central to my teaching philosophy, and thus HENB's work with Kulcha over the last 5 years, as we aimed to bring academic rigor and curiosity out of the ivory tower and to the people, as part of that decolonization and liberation process. We hope you have found inspiration in the words of our colleagues, just as we have, and that you go forth with more knowledge than you came with, and continue these conversations with your friends, your family, and your colleagues. Thank you all so much for your support over the years. We hope to see you again soon.
Hi everyone, I am April Martinez, co-director of Heritage Education Network Belize, and we have been doing Kulcha for 5 years now, and I still can't believe that it has already been 5 years of bringing you incredible content from researchers, academics, students, citizen scientists that have been promoting language, culture, heritage, arts, education, science in this country. And having a platform like Kulcha really is that space where anyone can tell you about the work that they've been doing. And it just proves that everything comes back to culture. Culture matters, culture that everybody business, and keeping up with language, culture, heritage, education, arts, all that jazz has just been an incredible journey. And we can't thank our presenters enough for coming to our platform, trusting us with their research and bringing that for you, our beautiful audience. So thank you so much. Thank you for supporting HENB. And if you have any research project, or if you have an idea, if you have a paper that you want to share, just send us your abstracts at heritagebelize@gmail.com. Again, thank you so much for being a part of Kulcha. Thank you for being culture.
Hi everyone, Ella here, one of the co-directors at Heritage Education Network Belize. I just wanted to come and tell you a big thank you for being with us for 5 years at the Culture Symposium and with our NGO as well, for coming, for engaging, for commenting, for bringing your thoughts, for presenting, for debating, and it just really shows how crucial and important culture and the arts are in our lives. And I have no words other than to say a big thank you, and you're really showing us that it's worth doing what we're doing, and it's worth having a community and a network where you can discuss these things, and that's what we wanted to bring you with Kulcha. Thank you again, and hope you're going to come with us on this journey in the following years.
Hello everyone, my name is Sylvia Bate and I am one of the co-founders of Heritage Education Network Belize. Over the past 5 years, it has been an absolute pleasure to be part of the team that has brought to you all the Belize Culture Symposium. Over the past 5 years, we have had academics, we've had researchers, we have had community members, citizen scientists, students, all come together and contribute to co-creating a space where we have been able to discuss matters of national importance around the thematic areas of who we are as a people and what it means to be Belizean, and of course, Belizean culture. I know I echo the sentiments of my co-directors when I say that it has been an absolute pleasure to co-create this space, but to also create a digital repository of these discourses that is open access and free for anybody to be able to access. I would like to say a huge thank you to everyone who has been part of the Kulcha Symposium for the past 5 years. It has been an absolute pleasure to keep up with the language, culture, heritage, and arts with you all.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Is it bad that I'm fangirling over us? Is that weird?
It's okay.
Aww.
5 years has been quite a journey
Yes.
with Kulcha and HENB.
Yes. 5 years. A lot has changed, but also a lot has stayed the same. Chickens in the background. Rooster.
It's the fact that there were chickens in the background. Like
I tried very hard.
It wouldn't be HENB without chickens in the background, though.
That's true.
This
is true. I don't really know what to say after the videos have played, because I think we said everything. But huge thank you. We don't have everyone here with us for this closing, but a huge thank you to all of the volunteers who have dedicated countless hours to bring this together over the years. Hosting, doing the promos, doing some of the graphics, answering emails, taking time from their lives to make sure that this runs smooth. And we wouldn't have been able to build it without them. That is for sure. Some people we call last minute, they jump, and to have that kind of safety net and support is what makes it possible, especially because this is a symposium that we do out of our own, love and care, because we think that it's important. And so having that kind of network is very, very important. So again, a huge thank you to everyone. Yes.
I think I want to jump in and just say, it's the fact that I asked other people that are not necessarily involved with HENB to just assist. Like, I have to shout out my OIE people, like Paul and Sabrina, which is like, hey, I need a favor. Can you just do this? And they said, okay. And then I thought it would be maybe 30 seconds of just shout out and watch the symposium. And this is how I know I work with media people, because you're like, the lighting bad. No, the background bad. No, we need to fix it. And it was the care that they put into just delivering something good for us that makes me realize that even if they're not a part of the organization, it's the love and the support to make sure that something goes well. But even having people like Felicita Cantun and Diana Lang, who just did testimonies even after we asked, and they just did it, just because they saw that it was important what we're doing. But even the presenters that sent their abstracts, and just for our audiences, like, we get over 70 plus abstracts of people that feel like this is a platform that is good for them. And I just wanted to congratulate the group from San Jose in Toledo, who felt confident enough to do their entire presentation in Mopan, because they realized that this was a space that they could do it. And when I saw that, I said, yep, we are doing something correct, because I don't think there is any place out there like this for them that they feel like they can do it and will get the visibility. And so I'm proud of what we've built. I really don't want to cry right now. I'm proud of what we built.
You can cry.
I'm not doing that. We're live. And it's been great to do this with you ladies. Okay, I'm gonna shut up now.
I'm just going to add that I think that those kinds of things that people are willing to do for you all it speaks to your character also, right? That they trust that you're this amazing person and that they want to support you, and they want to support us because you're a part of us. So I want to say thank you to you ladies for being so amazing, and pushing through even through all of the hard times that we've had, things to overcome, changes in our lives. We're still here. We're still doing it 5 years later. And I couldn't be more happy to do it with you. So thank you. Sorry.
We will cry.
You're already trying to make me cry, April. So I got to make you cry.
HENB has been an absolute journey. I think, my goodness, 5 years. It's wow. I think in reflecting on the symposium this year, I don't know if the sentiment is the same at you ladies, but I feel like it's the first year where there were some names that I did not recognize or some people that were not within our networks that applied for the symposium. And I feel like we've sort of established, we've gotten a footing, but we've also really created and managed to sustain this space where culture and all of its forms are accepted, they're celebrated, they're reflected, and they're centered. I think we're a model of how to do this right. And I think if we think back to perhaps the first year of Kulcha, it was a lot of reaching out to our networks. It was co-mentorship. It was that sort of support that we provided to our first presenters. And I think a lot of people, I think from year one or year two, sort of said that this was a space that inspired research and inspired them to actually get out there and do research on topics that they have had, you know, sort of sitting on the back burner for quite a bit of time. And then I think we had maybe a little bit of a lull where people had already done those research. They sort of, you know, maybe ran out of research ideas or topics and needed a little bit of break, and that created spaces. But also, I think, an interest in people outside of our networks who then have taken up the mantle. And I sort of see like culture is evolving and growing. And I guess that is an aspect of sustainability. And I'm absolutely thrilled to be a part of this, but also to see other people seeing themselves reflected in the work that HENB does.
Yeah, you said it very well. I think the first years were very labor intensive in terms of not only the practical side of it and organizing a symposium. It's a huge production. I don't think people even realize what the enormity of the production and organization that it takes, but also the emotional side of it, because you do have to be that kind of support for people. And the number of times you'd get messages saying, oh, I want to apply and submit an abstract, but I'm shy. I don't know if I'm good enough. I don't know if this research would be interesting. And, oh, I don't know how to record my presentation or how to speak publicly. And the very first years, I think we also had to be that kind of guiding hand to people and say, no, you it's important. Anything else, we can figure it out, and you know, sit with people, help to record their presentations. And I think this kind of humanity and emotion is not present in, I've not seen it being present at any other symposium, especially not this size. And so I really, really, really appreciate that in what we created, not just the fact that we can pull it off, the number of presentations, but also that we really do, I think we really do build a kind of community in a sense that we're there for each other, and we get to know the presenters one way or another. and you're not just a number, and you're not just a presentation. You're a researcher and someone who we make friends with and who becomes part of our organization by being here. And I that's what I love the most.
I think the coolest thing ever about this whole entire progress of HENB and Kulcha is, I don't know, when one of my former students used us as a reference and used one of our Kulcha videos as a reference. And then I had like a young, I don't know if you remember, we had a young intern and he did research for Kulcha so that he could participate. He was in high school. And that was our youngest researcher ever.
He was.
And yeah, and then I went to a Belizean history class that I was teaching, and a student that was older used his video as a reference for a research paper. I was just like, oh my God, so cool. Yeah. And it just became, that's when I realized, yeah, this is where people go. And when people ask, like, what's the catch? What do we do? Do we have to pay for this? Do we have to do this? And I'm like, no, this is totally free education that you can have. And I think that's what mind boggles a lot of people, because most symposia are, you have to pay, you have to be selected, you have to have a particular criteria and quota. And we decided that we wouldn't do that. We would do away with that Western way of thinking and just make a platform for everyone. And I think that's what makes Kulcha special.
Yeah. And then work with, and then also work with the presenters to bring it to a certain level, especially when you said someone who's 16 years old, they need, or someone who has never presented, they need that kind of, support to create their presentations. And we do work with the people, and that's why there's really, like April said, there's no catch. You you join, and if your topic and your interest is in line with culture and heritage and the arts, then there is a space. So,
and maybe nobody ever knew this, but I was just watching one of our presenters' toddlers while she was in the Q&A. So if that's not support, I don't know what is, right?
We stick together.
We're there. Yeah, we're there for each other. I think it's important.
I was having a discussion yesterday, or sort of like listening to a discussion and sort of on reform of the justice system, and how that could be done conceivably. And I think it put me into a space where I reflected on maybe a lot of conversations that I have with persons who are in NGOs or statutory bodies or working in the education system, or within the government systems. And I think I see a lot of people sort of my age, perhaps a little bit maybe frustrated with where they are perhaps professionally, maybe where they're at within the workplace, and perhaps frustrated with the process of trying to effect change and not necessarily being able to do that. And this conversation around reform of the justice system was sort of contextualized in part through making the justice system more representative, but how you could go about doing that. And it's like, do we do it from an economic perspective, or do we approach it from sort of like a social justice perspective? And I thought, well, perhaps we're seeing things in silos, and we're not seeing things as a whole or a collective. Perhaps we're not centering enough of our community and Belizean and Indigenous lifeways. Like, I remember this strong sense of communities that we had when I was growing up, and that sort of seems to have dissipated over the past couple of years. But also reflecting on how HENB has been able to create these spaces and to sustain these spaces over the past 5 years. None of us have a background in media when we started, or holding symposiums, or in graphics. Ella learned how to build a website. We learned through trial and error to do Facebook Lives, and then people responded to that, and so we expanded. We did a good job at listening. We did a good job at doing research from the inception, because we realized we didn't have all the information. When people answered, we listened. When people said no, we asked somebody else. And through sort of those open and honest approaches, we've been able to create something that is truly amazing. But also, when people ask me, how did HENB get to be this way? It wasn't necessarily only us. We listened, but HENB is a reflection of us and our communities. And so it's just a reflection of a collective. And that is what truly makes it amazing. And so we can't replicate it, because it's a reflection of the collective.
So here's a question that I just received. Kulcha, 2026.
We have to finish something else very important first.
Yes. But I think I just strong-armed Dr. Walden into being on the Kulcha planning committee for next year. So
That Sabito is
we have
already
to
on
finish.
board.
But I think next year we perhaps have a planning committee. So if you would want to volunteer and want to be a part of creating a new and dynamic space for culture, because I think we sort of also maybe want to do a portion in person.
Yes, I was just going to mention, I've promised quite a few people that we were going to do something in person. So we have to
maybe Kulcha 2030.
When we speak things, it happens. We manifest it. So
I know.
2026, yes.
Yes.
Planning committees, reach out and volunteer, please.
Planning committee. We already have Lynette that is on board. We already have John Walden that is on board. I feel like Marco will never leave us.
Marco,
we will never allow him
to. Marco,
I don't know if
for
you're
those of
listening,
you
Marco.
who don't know, Marco is our IT guy who's been with us since the beginning.
We thought he left us, but he came back. So
yeah,
we're very happy for that.
I legit just messaged him like Marco ? And then he's like Kulcha ? And it just kind of became.
He knew.
He pretends like he doesn't have a webcam so that he's not on camera, but
he really does pretend like he doesn't.
Definitely.
But thank you for staying with us. And thank you for the ride, and thank you for the journey. And please stay tuned for all things HENB on our Facebook, YouTube, Insta pages. We have the mailing list that I don't know, have we abandoned that? I'm not sure. Anyways, but stay with us, and thank you so much for supporting us, and we love you, and we'll see you next year.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Bye.
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 Bye.